The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, there we are. What's going on? Need to make sure all my buttons are pushed. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome, welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right there.
Hey, creepy hug.
I think Mary Santora is back with us.
I'm here.
Hey, there she is.
Hi.
She was down in the CLT.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's the shorthand down there for the Charlotte area.
Yes.
Missing a vowel, of course, but listen, North Carolina, Charlotte's a fun town.
It was cute.
Did you get
I
to
liked
have
it.
any fun while you were there?
Well,
Did you go to Max for barbecue?
I did not.
Oh.
I booked a hotel with a nice outdoor pool, and
Mm-hmm.
I laid in the sun, and I read for 3 days.
How was the weather?
Now whose personality is pool?
Dude,
Was it hot? So it was hot enough where you
it
could.
was hot.
Yeah. Okay.
It was like
Hot here.
mid-80s, and then Sunday it was like 91.
Right.
Yeah, it was real hot, but it was nice.
Oh, so good pool weather then, all the way around. Okay.
Yes.
Reading a book. Mm-hmm. All right. Making eyes at people around the pool. Is it like the Margaritaville pool or?
No, not at all. It was actually like there was barely any people there. Sunday there was like one other family there. Saturday there might have been at most 5 other people at the pool the whole weekend. It was a very relaxing, very fun weekend.
And how were the shows?
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right.
Randy Feltface is a puppet.
Right, the puppet. We talked about this, and I was reminded of it yesterday. Right.
Very
The-
funny.
The puppet. Okay. You don't see the guy operating him, correct?
No.
Okay.
I
And
mean,
he goes
I do.
like
Go ahead.
he goes under before the show.
No, like, so after I'm done, I say, like, welcome to stage, Randy Feltface, and then the show blacks out. Like, they shut all the lights off for, like, 10 seconds, and he, like,
He
runs.
sneaks in.
Yeah. And then they
Okay.
come back up, and he's there.
But
Oh,
does he
I
know
see.
How does he see in the dark?
He's, like, waiting in the wings, and then takes, 2 steps to the little table.
He's got it all down to a science.
Yeah.
Because he does this.
Been
And
doing it a while.
it's packed out.
It was great. Yeah, they were really busy shows, super fun. I mean, his crowd is... He does, like, themed hours, and it's very smart. It was great. I have nothing... I mean, it was fantastic. Very good weekend of shows.
All right. I got to get online and check out some of this Randy Feltface, because I kept thinking it was the guy that put duct tape on his face.
No, that is tape face.
Yeah, there's so many face-oriented comedians that I have a hard time keeping track of them. So is it supposed to be like this really like highly guarded secret as to who Randy Feltface is, or is it something that like if you know, you know?
No,
People know out there.
I mean, they're pretty... Puppeteers are a pretty secretive group. They like, they don't want to ruin the illusion. That it's
But like
it's
everybody
his
knew
own-
Jim Henson was doing all the Muppets. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know if it was something that he really works hard to maintain that anonymity, or if he's like, I don't care. Like he's not showing his face at the show, but if people know, they know. I wasn't sure where the line was on that for him.
No, he tries to stay pretty anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was actually someone pulled a fire alarm on Sunday at the Sunday show.
Oh, I saw that video.
Yeah.
In the middle of the show.
In the middle of my set, I was like 15 minutes into a 20-minute set, and the fire alarm started going off, and I was like looking around. It shut down the sound system. So I
Right.
couldn't, like, my mic wasn't working, and I'm like looking around for a manager, and then the
Is this a
cops
ground
came.
floor venue?
This is actually like kind of a basement venue, and then it's a huge complex. So there's like 7 venues in this building. So they had to go in. Yeah, so the cops were in there like, everybody get out, everybody get out. So we all had to leave. We were outside for like an hour. And then
an hour?
Well, it's a huge building. They had to go in and figure out which part of the building somebody pulled the fire alarm from.
Yeah.
And so when you ask if he like wants to maintain anonymity, if we got to like the 40-minute mark and he was like, screw this, dude, I'm just gonna do a show. I was like, for real? In a parking lot? And he's like, yeah. And he like went and got a table and propped up and did 10 minits. And then, of course, as soon as he started to get into it, they were like, all right, everybody back inside. But yeah, he put on 10 minutes of a puppet show out in the parking lot.
But does he have like a bag on his head so people don't see him? Or he's like the unknown comic or what?
Well, no. I mean, he was the only person evacuating the building with a suitcase, you know? So at that point, he was kind of like...
Yeah, the jig was up is what you say, yeah.
So that's when he was like, you know what, screw it. All these people are going to start leaving.
Yeah.
You know, which almost nobody did. We saw like maybe
And he's got to keep him there because
leave.
he wants to sell merch. So he's not at like a merch table after then either.
No, he is, but nobody knows who he is, so it doesn't matter.
I see.
Yeah.
So he's selling his merch as himself.
And they don't know it's him.
Knows,
but they don't know that that's him.
Maybe that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
You want that level. Now, at any point in the show, did you think, hey, maybe if I learn puppetry,
no.
The
shoulder strength alone.
What's
Could
that?
you imagine the shoulder strength? To keep your arm above your head for an hour?
Maybe he has elbow rests down there.
He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't?
It's no.
All right.
It's just a table.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's crazy.
Right. Does the puppet have like a Janet Jackson like headset mic on, or how does that work? It's just a...
The puppet doesn't. The man does.
No, to make it look like the puppet's doing the show. They would both have to have... Of course, he's going to have one on. Does the puppet also have one?
No.
Okay. So it's just... That's the kind of attention to detail that I like. Well, I'm going to get online and check this puppet out.
Yeah.
Although I am largely opposed, just ideologically, to puppets. But if it's funny, it's funny.
Well, the first time I got booked to feature for him a couple years ago, when they were like, yeah, you're going to open for a puppet, I was like, I'm going to kill myself. Like, this is going to be terrible. And then the show was really funny because the guy doing it is also a comedian.
Okay, so he's all over the internet, like with his... Okay, so people know who it is.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, he's
Heath MacIver?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not like they're trying to keep the whole thing under wraps. Okay.
I don't think that you can, to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how could you? The puppet can't show up by himself to radio interviews.
Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, he's doing radio too?
He just got a contract with BBC.
Oh, is he a British guy?
No, he's Australian.
Oh, Australian. Oh,
But
God.
still.
So does the puppet have an accent?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. No, I want
It's
nothing
the
to do with
best.
this.
It's the best.
Arnar. Oh, God.
Randy Feltface.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Okay, so this started in Australia and then came over here.
Yeah, he blew up on
I
YouTube
see.
and then socials from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was Feltface, but that would be Italian. He's Australian.
Nope,
Yeah.
no
All right.
Feltface.
All right. Hey, listen. Well, congratulations. I'm glad that there was no
Thanks.
actual fire.
No.
I'm glad nothing was, of course, being by the pool later on. I guess that wasn't at the gig, but. Okay, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to do that. If you want to join us live on the phone, you can do that too. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio brings you Global Citizen Festival 2024 from New York City at Central Park's Great Lawn. Live performances from Post Malone, Doja Cat, Jelly Roll, Benson Boone, and more. Join the movement to end extreme poverty now, one action at a time at globalcitizenfestival.com. Hear the entire festival live on the iHeartRadio app all day this Saturday and the best of the best moments on the free iHeartRadio app's Hit Nation station. Saturday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Scott from the Cleveland area has coached girls basketball and supported his granddaughter's athletic pursuits.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough, So the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? Biological men to shower in my granddaughter's locker room? No way. I worry about the safety of my family constantly. Now I have to worry about Sherrod Brown's crazy liberal ideas. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side, but he's way too liberal for me.
Sherrod Brown has let Ohio down. Now he's way too liberal for Ohio. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
With Progressive Insurance, we make it easy to save money.
Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese.
Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Oh, your Cleveland Guardians are set to do their final home stretch. They start up tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. There's a 6:40 pitch. We will get you right into it tonight, right after we get out of here. And then they'll play them again tomorrow night. And then the final 3 regular season games, they'll be hosting the Houston Astros. The Guardians can clinch a first-round bye and home field advantage today if they beat the Reds or if Houston loses against Seattle. This is how all of the games are breaking down now. Houston beats Seattle, they can clinch the AL West today. The Guardians are still looking to kind of lay out what their October schedule is going to be. And it happens quickly, right? I mean, the World Series it all happens in October. It doesn't go into November, yeah?
Sometimes it'll leak into November.
Does it?
Like if multiple series go the max amount of games, it's gotten into November before.
Okay. Well, that's what you're looking at now. You guys would be proud of me. You know what I had for breakfast this morning?
Half a bagel.
2 hot dogs.
2 hot
Ew,
dogs.
what?
Well, I get in here to work like 8:15, and our buddy Curtis Danberg, who's the VP of Communications over there at the Guardians, he's getting ready to do something, I think, on Mark Nolan's show in here. So he has a giant warmer bag full of ballpark hot dogs.
Nice.
And he goes, "You want a hot dog?" And I go, "Normally I'd say no thank you, but yes, please." So while I was sitting out there this morning, 2 hot dogs, Burtman's mustard. Oh, it was so good. It was delicious. I thought you'd be happy, Mary. You go, ew.
I mean,
it just caught us off guard.
It's shocking. The fact that you... I mean, I know you're a hot dog guy, right? But that early in the morning.
I was shocked myself. But you know what? I thought, you got to live sometimes, right? Why not on the rare occasion? Worked out this morning. I didn't have, I had a little bit of yogurt. But you know what? It didn't, whatever. That's something that I choke down just because I'm supposed to eat it. I get into work and I hadn't planned on that. And when he offered it, I said, yeah, why not? I should occasionally be a guy who eats 2 ballpark hot dogs for breakfast.
What
right?
time was this?
This was 8:15 this morning.
Oh, you were in here early today, huh?
I'm in early every day, baby. 8:15. If I had gotten here 10 minutes later, because he went in with Nolan, I would have missed completely. I think he might have dropped some off in the kitchen, but I didn't see a lot of them in there. But got them hot dogs.
Incredible.
Yeah. So, Brecky, courtesy of the Guardians. Hey, how about those Bengals? Listen, I have friends who are from the Cincinnati area, and they could not be more pleased to be Cincinnati Bengals fans. But those Bengals didn't win. That's one way to put it. They didn't win last night. We'll just say that. So they go 0-3. And the Buffalo Bills, if you're part of the Bills Mafia, we have a lot of Buffalo listeners on the iHeartRadio app. That Bills Mafia blew out the Jacksonville Jaguars. It was like a frigging high school football game, if you watched any of it. Up by where I live, the Bay Village High School football team, right? They lost 31-0 this past weekend.
Ooh.
By the Buckeye Bucks. I don't even know what that is.
That's from Buckeye.
There you go. 31-0.
That's
that's
out in
what
Medina County, I believe.
There you go. That's what that Bills game looked like. 47-10.
I think Litchfield is the area where Buckeye is.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
So Monday Night Football, of which there were those two games, Bills are 3-0, and those Bengals. I hear a disturbing number of people, by the way, call them the Bangles, and it always drives me nuts. It's like the people who talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
the Jaguar is the animal.
You know what they're talking about.
I know what they're talking about. I guess I don't know why they're talking about it
Some
like
people
that.
say things stupid.
Jaguar?
Yeah. That's just how some people talk.
So those Bengals.
You also say Roosevelt.
Well, that's just because I know it makes you mad now.
Well, maybe they're doing it because it makes you mad.
Where I'm oh, you think? Oh, well, that's flattering then. All of those people you think are thinking
Every
that.
single
Or maybe they have an Alan
Boy,
type
if
person
Alan,
in their life.
If Alan Cox is listening, boy, he's going to hate this. Well, I like that. Everybody should be talking in a way in which I might hear them. Of course. Why should this be such a one-sided conversation? Of course, everybody can hear me, but I can't hear them. They should be trying to get under my skin in that way. And it is also Roosevelt. Nevertheless, the point being is that those Washington Commanders, even Joe Burrow was like, they're great. It's got to make your teammates feel good when they talk to you. What are you going to say? So anyway, you Buffalo Bills fans, Lindy Korn, noted local constable there in the city of Buffalo. You know, we like to play her commercials all the time. Haven't gotten a new one in a while. I'm reliant on our Buffalo bureau chiefs to send me those. But Lindy Korn is that like workplace harassment lawyer who has those wild commercials in Buffalo. And you know, every once in a while during football season, because pandering is very important. If you're a lawyer who does a lot of advertising, you'll see Misney do it. You know, you'll start to see the brown and orange creep into things. Lindy Korn probably, her hair is blue in a lot of those. This time of year, she might get it a little bit closer to the blue in the Bills logo. I don't know.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Man, can you imagine if she was a lawyer here and had to commiserate with the Browns? Can you imagine that? If someone of her caliber... Do you have someone in your organization who has multiple sexual assault lawsuits against them? Call me, the law offices of Lindy Korn.
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors, and when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Relax and enjoy it. You know, I got into a bit this morning here in the office. There weren't that many people there, but I got into a small conversation with one of our female coworkers, who we all know, but I won't blow her up. And the conversation, through no fault of anyone's, ended up getting a little salty to the extent that when we parted company and went back to our respective areas, I thought, boy, there's a good thing we don't have local HR anymore.
Uh-oh.
They would have really, at the very least, cocked an eyebrow at me.
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
Have you ever been called a fruitcake? I mean, that's so old school, you know?
Yeah, well.
Monday morning
Turns
after...
out that a lot of people that are bigoted have older values and older insults.
You know, that's the thing, too, is you would think that if you were a committed bigot, that you would stay up with the current terminology, that you'd put in the work. That tells me that there's an inherent laziness in bigotry. Now, we all know this, but some people are really into it. And if they're not putting in the work to keep up with whatever the current slur is, fruitcake, that's very, very old. And contrary to popular belief, there's a lot of people who like fruitcake. You'll see when the holidays show up, you know, because fruitcake is shorthand for like holiday food that nobody likes. But a lot of people like fruitcake. That's why they sell so much of it. That's why it's a thing that is still made. Companies aren't making things that nobody wants.
It's more of a joke at this point. Are people actually eating it?
I mean,
I've never seen anyone actually eat a slice of fruitcake.
My grandmother used to make a fruitcake, and I would eat slices of it. Now, I don't know if maybe it's because she made it or whatever, but it wasn't like she was trying to reinvent the wheel with the fruitcake. She was using the little jellies in there, and like I fully understand why people don't like it. It's nobody's favorite thing. But this notion that there isn't a person alive who likes fruitcake or that it's universally reviled is nonsense. I got a lot of messages from Brian. Boy, this guy is feast or famine. A lot of messages from Brian. I was going through the voicemails this morning, and I probably had about 15 of them from him within the span of about a half an hour. You want to hear some of his?
Of course.
Some of them he was playing guitar. Some of them sometimes he'll call and he'll make little cartoon noises with his voice. Other times he'll talk like a baby. And sometimes what I like the most is when he just pulls songs out of thin air, and then I have to decipher what the song is. You guys are too young to know what these songs are. I'd love to play Name That Tune, but he goes so far back, and they can be so obscure that you can listen, but you might not.
Here I am, playing with those memories again. And just when I thought time had set me free, those thoughts of you keep taunting me.
I like his vibrato when he sings. That's my favorite part. You guys probably don't know this song.
No.
See, my mom loved this band, so I heard these albums in the home when I was a little kid all the time. Speaking of Australia, this was an Australian band called Air Supply.
Okay.
Very, very hot on...
I know some Air Supply stuff, but this wasn't the song that the Filipinos were singing.
They were probably singing All Out of Love.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah. This Brian was singing a song called Here I Am. And this was making the moms of the early 80s moister than an oyster. These two Australian guys. One tall blonde, one short brunette, and they were out there singing, and anytime they would come through the greater Chicagoland area, my mom would go to see Air Supply. And I heard them a lot. So when Brian, even though that's relatively obscure, when Brian left that voicemail and started singing, I said, I immediately, even with his rendition of it, I immediately know what song he's singing.
Here I am, playing with those memories again. And just when I thought time had set me free, those thoughts of you keep taunting me.
Did you drive or fly to Charlotte?
I flew. Why?
Did you fly Delta?
I did.
You're like a Delta member, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was reading about somebody who works at Hopkins or somewhere, maybe works for Delta, sent me the thing that Delta is apparently really cracking down with their flight attendants. They have developed some strict underwear regulations for flight attendants who work for Delta. They're reminding their flight attendants, and I have to assume that this is focused on the female flight attendants, because who cares about the guys, that they have to wear underwear. Semper ubi sub ubi. Delta sent out a 2-page memo for appearance requirements. Now, it's probably come to your attention, if you do any amount of flying on any airline, that they're really not turning over that flight attendant population as much as perhaps they used to be. But they want to make it very clear what they expect. And one of them is you have to be wearing underwear. And they've got other stipulations on this for grooming in general and clothing and all that stuff. If you know anybody who's a flight attendant, you know, they can't get too crazy with how they look. They really got to kind of keep it all buttoned down. But I guess it's kind of, they've run into an issue with some of their female flight attendants over the past couple of years that apparently needed to be reminded that they need to wear proper undergarments that are not visible. And I think this is another thing where guys, horny dudes, are ruining things.
Well, how would
These
they even
horn
know?
dogs just had to kill it. Because you can tell if, you know, they're wearing kind of those tight polyester skirts.
But how could, I mean, if they had a thong on, how would you be able to tell if they had one on or not?
You can kind of tell.
Not always.
Maybe
They have
no.
no-show
You're right.
underwear and
Yeah,
stuff.
not always.
And
but
they're wearing, a lot of the time, they're wearing like nylons or pantyhose.
yeah.
So what do you care?
I think that this comes from guys who probably made a comment or something. See, just the implication of no underwear should be enough, I think. I think just the whisper of a woman going commando is a beautiful, beautiful thing. You know, you saw what happened to Shakira, right? This is another one of these situations where Shakira was doing a show, I think it was in Miami, a couple of weekends ago, and she walks off stage because there's a dude in front filming an upskirt with his phone right there at the Shakira show. You know, she's Shakira. She's wearing a tight dress. Who knows if she had anything on underneath, but she's a professional and she's trying to perform.
Those lips don't lie.
BillSquire.com for tickets. Where's the next show?
Wadsworth this Saturday. Tickets at BillSquire.com.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few tickets left.
Horny dudes are ruining things. They're ruining a Shakira show.
Always have been.
Huh?
Always have.
Yeah, I guess they really have, haven't they? They're just more overt about it maybe now. I don't know.
The only way I can see this having been a problem on a flight is if she didn't have pantyhose or underwear on and maybe bent over and flashed something.
Maybe so. Maybe that's where the personal cleanliness and hygiene part of the memo come in. You know, you don't want the girl reaching down to grab you a full can of ginger ale and your glasses fog up. You don't want that. And, of course, they go into the tattoos and all that kind of stuff. Bandages are not suitable for coverage of tattoos at any time. Because everybody's looking for loopholes, right? You're working in the airline industry. You're like, well, and who doesn't have tattoos these days other than me?
So who cares if someone has tattoos?
I agree, but they got these companies got to put out these guidelines, and because they know if they don't, people will go hog wild. Now, I don't have a problem with that either. I don't care. It's not like the flight experience is any more fun for the flight attendants than it is for us. They're just getting paid, not that much. Literally, flight attendants are getting paid a little bit more than we are to fly. And so they're like, you know, you can have a single nose piercing, whatever, but you can't have anything else crazy. Only 2 earrings per ear. So they're trying to lock all this stuff down. And you can't have crazy nails. And you can't have... I would think that those would be... the crazy nails would make it more difficult to do your job because you're popping open cans and you're pulling things out of cabinets. But they want to make it very, very clear. Now, again, this is mostly focused on the ladies. The guys are like, yeah, you got to wear a tie. The ladies, it's all kinds of stuff. You got to wear underwear. Here's another one for the ladies. Facial hair must be trimmed and neatly maintained.
Obviously.
Yep. That's for you Greek girls. So, yeah, I know you fly Delta. I know you have that lounge access.
Which I am about to switch because they are cutting access next year. At the beginning of next year, they're making it so it's not unlimited. You only get 10 visits a year.
Oh, it's been unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
So the credit card I have, the American Express Platinum Business Card. Okay.
Wow.
That gets me, when I fly Delta, that gets me into the Delta Lounge. And they're changing it so that Amex holders now only get 10 visits per year for 2025. And then you have to start paying for it on top of your yearly credit card fee. And I guess even Delta credit card members, like if you have the Delta Lounge credit card, it's a specific one, they only get 15 visits a year.
What?
Dude, that's like nothing. If you're traveling, you use 2 per weekend.
White people problems!
It's like a $600 annual fee.
Yeah.
You use 2 per weekend. They're like, well, you only get to travel 5 weekends a year.
Mm-hmm.
Or you only get to use your access for that. So I'm like, I'm going to have to find something else.
But you're probably, they're probably cutting across the board, right? You're probably not going to find like a better deal with another airline.
I didn't hear anything. I also have United Club, and I didn't hear anything because I have their credit card. I didn't hear anything about them changing their terms. I didn't hear anything about,
Which one's the better club?
The Delta one's really nice. That's the thing that kind of sucks. The Centurion Lounge that you get with the Amex Platinum, that one's the best, but there's only like 6 of them in the entire country. But Yeah,
Well, you've got some decisions to make, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
I thought about going American Airlines, which I've never really flown because they're pretty expensive. But that's the other airline that goes direct to Cleveland from LaGuardia.
Delta is the airline that I've had the best luck with. I don't fly them every single time, but if I'm to think back, Delta is the one that I've had the fewest problems.
Mary's getting up on Southwest with those business class people.
No, she is not. I can guarantee you I will not.
Southwest business class.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Everybody's telling me that Air Supply is at Playhouse Square on Sunday night. This coming Sunday. How do you like that? Graham Russell, Russell Hitchcock, two dudes that have Russell in their name. One first, one last.
The Russells.
The Russells. How about that? Since 1975, these guys have been doing what they do. Wow. It's like a 50th anniversary tour next year. Jeez. Anyway, they are, of course, in the Australian Music Hall of Fame, Bill. And it's very exciting for them. But I'll have to tell my mom that if they're on tour, they're probably playing the Chicago Theater or something like that. Maybe she'd want to go see Air Supply. Of course, I live so far away that, darn, I can't accompany her. But, it's... I already had to see them a couple times when I was a kid. I think that's more than anybody should have to go. And, this is grown-up music.
I know this one.
Yeah, everybody knows this one, right? I got to take a break. Hey, the opposite end of this spectrum is Sepultura. If you're a metal fan, they are on their farewell tour. Sepultura is going to play the Agora on October the 8th. Their North American farewell tour, and they're bringing a lot of great bands with them. So I will have those for you coming back. Anything else, shoot me a text, 35192. Get to our YouTube channel. You want to watch the show live.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie's happy football season is back. You're a big fan. Huge. You're an X's and O's kind of guy. Mm-hmm. Really breaking down the plays, analytics, expert analysis from Chocolate Charlie, our locker room reporter. Maybe we should get you a locker room pass. So you could be one of those guys that just hangs out.
Questions.
While those guys are just walking around in their jock straps. Yeah.
You would enjoy it too much.
Well, that's the thing. Our shtick would be we'd send you in a jock strap, too.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain with iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. The WNBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the New York Liberty Atlanta Dream Series at 7:30 p.m. Eastern and Game 2 of the Las Vegas Aces Seattle Storm Series at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. The Liberty and the Aces won their opening games on Sunday and will advance to the semis with wins, while the Dream and the Storm can force a Game 3 with victories tonight. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
With the Venture Card from Capital One, you earn unlimited 2x miles on every purchase. Plus, earn unlimited 5x miles on hotels and rental cars booked through Capital One Travel. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Heaven on earth. It's here in the mountain towns of West Virginia. Drape
we can put it on layaway and get it all at once.
Gotcha. We had Zayre long ago, people said. We had Zayre. Zayre, okay.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Hills department stores.
I remember Hills.
The Zayres at Brookgate Shopping Center is where the Marks is now. Zayres and Bests.
Yeah, I remember Best Products. Yeah.
Okay. Bests. Yeah, we had Venture and Zayre. But you mostly went to Kmart back in the day.
Mm-hmm. I grew up in Medina where they had the very first Super Kmart, and it was such a big deal because it was the first time they had a place like that also had groceries, and it was national news. It was there was so much going on with that, very celebrated, and then now it's all gone.
Yeah,
all gone. I don't think the building's there anything.
Tore it all down.
It's all torn down.
They didn't even want any evidence that it had ever been there. Alan, don't forget to rub it in Mary's face that Reggie Watts is on board with your squeezy salads. Yeah, we didn't get into that because she was gone. She probably didn't care. But Reggie Watts is way into my squeezy salads. And all I'm saying is, when this becomes the preferred food method
Never happen.
of every hip artist, Mary.
It's never going to happen.
It's not like Reggie Watts is a young guy. He's like my age. But still, I like Reggie Watts. One of the hottest shows I've ever seen in my life was Reggie Watts at I forget the name of the theater, but we saw him in Austin. And we got literally the last 2 tickets that were up in the very top. It was a little bit smaller than like the Masonic.
Mm-hmm.
So we're way up at the top to see Reggie Watts in Austin. In the summer, no air conditioning. Ugh. So, like, everybody we're all just, like, dripping in the back. We're like, this is very uncomfortable. And Reggie Watts, I think he's funny. I think he's super creative. But that is a show that can get monotonous. When he's just up there, like, looping beats and making noises, I'm like, I think we lasted, like, maybe 45 minutes. And we're like, we got to get the F out of here. It's so goddamn hot. But anyway, Reggie Watts is down with my squeezy salads.
Who's a Reggie football player?
Bush?
Maybe.
Reggie Wayne?
I did not know Reggie. When I heard
Reggie
Reggie
White?
Watts, I thought football.
Are you thinking?
Maybe Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush. Reggie
That's
Jackson
right.
was a
No,
baseball
no.
player. Reggie White?
No, definitely not that.
Reggie Miller plays for the Pacers.
No, I think it's Reggie Bush.
Who's Reggie Bush? I don't think that's the guy.
I think it's a football player.
Oh, Reggie Bush.
Yeah, Reggie Bush.
Oh, the
He
football.
got the Heisman.
Yeah, the Heisman. Okay.
He banged Kim Kardashian, I think, right?
I forgot
Back
that
in the
guy.
day? Yeah.
I forgot that guy existed.
He was back
But
in the news
I
because
bet-
he's suing the NCAA.
Is it what Reggie Wayne because of an episode? You watch Parks and Rec, right?
Yeah.
There's an episode where he's
Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, Reggie Wayne. He's wearing-
Indianapolis?
he gets married
Okay,
in the
that's
Reggie
what I'm
Wayne
thinking of.
jersey.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
and
Reggie
he does.
Play for the Colts
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's who it was.
with Johnny Unitas.
That's not the guy who's on board with your squeezy salads.
No, Reggie Watts.
Got it.
Who was the band leader for who? He was the first Seth Meyers? When they launched one of these late night shows.
That was Armistead, I thought.
Yeah, he would be in there every so often, but I thought Reggie Watts was like the band leader.
I don't remember who he was. Maybe it was
James Corden.
James Corden. Okay.
Yep, he was the band leader and the announcer for James Corden.
He came through here once and did the grog shop and got to meet him. He was very
Reggie Watts is great.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's a little bit younger than me. Hello, who's this?
God, it's only
This
9.
is Brad
Brad. Hello, Brad.
calling out of Sandusky, Ohio. We were talking about the old department stores. Do you remember the old Hills?
Somebody mentioned Hills. Yeah, I'm not familiar with them, but they were along those lines. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say hi. Hear my voice.
All right, Brad. Thanks,
Thanks,
you.
Brad.
Hills stores, based in Massachusetts, but most of the stores were in Ohio, and Indiana and Pennsylvania. Hills discount store chain. Well, there you go. Founded in Youngstown, but their main offices were in Canton, Massachusetts. And anyway, the Kmart, very last one in the entire country, out there on Long Island. Our own Mary Santora is going to go out there and be our roving reporter.
Yep.
And she's going to report back all of the amazing things that have happened out there.
I was in Maple Heights. I was living out there when the one right there at the top of the hill on Rockside.
Rockside, yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't. I'm actually, it's probably 10 years ago now. Damn, I'm like, yeah, that wasn't that long ago.
Well, I don't even know if they were going to turn that into something, right? They tore it down because they were going to develop that whole area, and we're not working out there anymore. So I haven't been out there in years. But I don't know if they actually ever ended up developing that. They were going to put a Walmart there or something, and I don't know if they ever ended up developing that at all.
I got a blanket I still use to this day. I got
from Kmart.
I got this giant purple blanket that I still use, and then I got like diet pills
that
were like $7. They were like so severely discounted. I was like, these are like $80 diet pills.
Diet pills.
They were like, oh,
like
God.
Fen, like Crush Stack Fen or whatever they were called.
It was like a thermogenic pill.
Yeah.
It was a big deal in like the 2000s.
Yeah, it was before
like a fat burner.
Yeah, it was like a Hydroxycut.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it might have actually been Hydroxycut.
Before they outlawed all of them.
Yeah. I picked up a bunch of random stuff, but those are the two things I remember getting were like the diet pills and the blanket.
Yeah. You know what? I need a blanket and I need diet pills. Because when I lose all this weight, I'm going to get really cold.
It'd be so chilly.
My body's not going to be able to maintain the heat levels that it once did. Just a random blanket? You get one with a big Kmart logo on it.
No, it was just like a king size like throw blanket.
Yeah.
And it was like $3 or something like that. Because it was like one of the last days that they were open, so the place was ransacked. It looked insane in there. But I remember those two things.
Yeah, Kmart was part of Sears, and now they're all gone.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it, but I live in Lakewood, and I got this little thing from the conservative people talking about to vote conservative for my freedom to vape. And look, I do vape. I did smoke cigarettes before that. I'm like 29, and I have been doing this for a long time. But I will never, ever, ever vote for you because you're pandering to me to vape. That's just crazy. The pandering is insane.
The pandering is insane. That's crazy. Yeah.
Keep on smoking, baby.
That's right. All right. Well, yeah. This is we're in a golden age of pandering, especially during an election year. Everybody's trying to tell people what they think they want to hear. It's amazing what they will spend. You know, a lot of these campaigns, they have a ton of money. It's not their money, so they have a lot of money. They'll spend it on mailers, television. You hear the radio ads all the time from the Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown race.
So sick
Non-stop.
of it. So sick of it.
Yeah.
Too liberal for Ohio.
Right. They've been re-electing Sherrod Brown in this state for 50 years, but suddenly he's too liberal for Ohio. But yeah, all this money where, you get mailers all the time, and this guy's getting one. Some right-winger running for something. It's like, you should be able to vape wherever you want. He was responding to the fact that we're talking to Rocky River yesterday, that there was already like a public smoking ban in place, but now they have, they've added vaping to that. Kind of the umbrella policy there, the city of Rocky River, is that you're not able to vape on any public areas. You can't do it in the park. You can't do it on the sidewalk. The loophole, if it rises to the level of the loophole that I thought was strange, was they said that it doesn't cover city streets. So you could conceivably stand in the middle of a city street in Rocky River and vape your ass off. If you're doing it in the 2 a.m. where there's barely any traffic on a side street or something, you could be out there living your best life.
Well, then you could just walk into the street at any time and do it.
Well, I mean, you're not going to walk in the street if there's a whole bunch of traffic.
When is there a whole bunch of traffic?
Well, like Wager Road or something, rush hour. Like there's, people going
not
places.
A main street. But
well, you mean like a side street or?
If you're like at a park or something and you just take a step off of the park and onto the road, they can't get you.
Again, this is what I don't know.
But what if the vape carries into the park?
I think it matters where you're
the
standing.
Smoke. Yeah, that's what I would think. Where's your origin point?
Right.
But again, I don't know. And P-Bobs hasn't signed it yet, so the mayor of Rocky River has not put pen to paper yet to sign it. Yesterday, by the way, and I've heard from dudes, what a shock that yesterday was the 30th anniversary of the Shawshank Redemption movie.
Hey.
for people who are way into that movie. And it's mostly dudes for whatever reason. I guess because at its core, there's a male friendship in that film, right? It's bonding.
Yeah.
Albeit purely platonic, as far as we know. It was a prison movie after all. But 30 years ago today, and I always saw Shawshank referred to as like, oh, when it came out, it was a flop, and now it's a modern classic. Except it made a lot of money, so I don't know what they mean by flop. I don't know what they're talking about when they go, oh, this movie at the time nobody saw it. I saw it in the theater, and there were a lot of people in that movie theater. So either people were Stephen King fans and they didn't quite understand what was going to happen with the movie. I don't know. But September 23rd, 1994 is when Shawshank dropped. And, of course, I mean, Tim Robbins that was a long time ago. Tim Robbins was only like 11 years old, I think, when he made that movie.
Yep. That's why it was such a great performance, because you're like, he seems like a grown-up man.
He was just a young boy making that.
He must have been, 4 years old when he made Bull Durham?
I think so, yes. And the Hudsucker Proxy. You want to talk about a flop.
Hey, I liked it.
You like the Hudsucker Proxy. Wow, you're the one. Good for you. Who was the
brothers.
lead?
Coen brothers are.
I like them too, but boy, who was it? Jennifer Jason Leigh? Was she the female lead in that?
I don't remember.
Hudsucker
I haven't
Proxy.
seen it in a long time.
That movie was one that they were like, this movie is gonna, because it came out the same year as Shawshank. They were like,
heard of that.
It came out like that spring, and then that fall he dropped. This was, early '90s were peak Tim Robbins. And he had The Player and Hudsucker Proxy, and they were sure Hudsucker Proxy was going to be just a blowout blockbuster because it had Paul Newman and Tim Robbins and like and people were like, bleh, who cares? Sam Raimi wrote it. They figured they had all their ducks in a row. Mary pretending she never heard of it before.
I've literally never heard of that. Hudsucker?
The Hudsucker Proxy. I don't know that it's a really well-known movie, but,
not.
30 years ago, they thought it was going to be a huge hit. John Mahoney in it, who I love, the late, great John Mahoney. I've got Everclear tickets for you. You want to party like it's 1999. Everclear is back on the road. They're bringing Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack with them, all three of them. Next month, Wednesday, October 16th. They're going to play the House of Blues. Ticketmaster got the details for you, and I will have a pair for you on the way back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
On the road with Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack. It's going to happen Wednesday, October 16th, around the corner here at the House of Blues. You can always go to Ticketmaster.com for the info on that show and any show playing the House of Blues. Everclear, your headliner. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the best time of the year when the leaves are falling, and so is your IQ, because you're listening to the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
Oh, they're starting to drop all those leaf peeping guides, right? For leaf peepers? I don't know when that became the popular nomenclature. But when they have tours and things for people who want to watch the leaves change and the colors of autumn, and they call them leaf peepers. I'd never heard of that literally until it may be it's been around for a long, long time. I'd never heard of it before last year until I started to see all those leaf peeper guides pop up. Do people need to be told where to go to see leaves change color?
I think if maybe you're not from the area, yeah.
But you're hip to trees.
Right,
but
I imagine
in
it's
Florida, you've never seen a tree change colors before.
And if you're trying to find other things to do, like I imagine a lot of people go to see the leaves and they go, "Oh, what else is around there? Do they have little shops? Do they have like a little corn maze or something
like
that?"
Like a package deal.
Yeah, something like that.
Gotcha. Because you could just drive around and look at random trees.
Correct.
And watch the leaves change.
But you also want to know where there's good, hills or whatever. Hills, mountains, stuff like that.
Yeah, West Virginia. Start there. Ain't a lot of hills this part of the country. Well, anyway, listen, I think you're right. The people are looking for all kinds of hidden gems this time of year. It turns into sweater weather. It's not there yet. It is fall, but of course it's still 75 degrees out. And but there's no shortage of leaf peeping guides that are out there. People who really want to know, yeah, sure, I'd like to watch the leaf. Now, here's when I think you're really committed, is when you want to watch the leaves change color in real time. Those are the people who impress me. Not these Johnny-come-lately, fly-by-night, I'm going to go after they've changed. Anybody can do that. Anybody can Google map their way to a tree that's now yellow. But it's the people who want to hunker down and watch the leaves change in real time.
For weeks?
However long it takes, Mary. That's the impressive thing. Those are the real leaf peepers as far as I'm concerned. Those are the people who are really trying to get in touch with nature. We can all walk around the metro parks. We can all enjoy the changing of the seasons. Most of it is all done by mid-October. They technically start in August, if you're really paying attention. And I think the people who want to watch them in real time, those are the people who are paying attention.
There was some good stuff. We saw some leaves changed colors when I drove out to Garrettsville with Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
There was some... it's 82 degrees outside, but there's still fall doesn't care.
Probably going to take them. Yeah, but that does affect when the leaves change.
Right, but there were some change.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if overall it'll take them longer. Because those people who want to watch in real time, they don't want it to be warm for so long because that just means they're out there even longer waiting for these leaves to change. And how do you know when they're done changing?
When they fall.
You don't know. Oh, I'm sorry?
When they fall.
Well, yeah. But I'm not even going that far. I'm not even talking about the effect that gravity has on these. I'm talking about just the colors. Metro Parks Whips Ledges. You ever been to Whips Ledges?
Yeah. I used to go there
in Hinckley
all the time. That
was,
that was probably 10-minute drive from my house.
Wow.
Yeah, we would camp out there for Boy Scouts and go hiking there pretty regularly.
Wow,
yeah,
all right.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Very pretty out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's nothing like a hike in the fall, you know that on a crisp 80-degree September day, when you've got a hot mug of cider, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The weather's pretty much changed here.
Has it?
Yeah. Like
It's
the
not,
high,
it's not 75 degrees there?
No, the high is 70 today and tomorrow, and then it's a little warm over 70, 70, 76, 73, 74, 71, 69, 72.
Nice.
Like, it's pretty much...
I mean,
fall.
it's supposed to rain a lot this week, and it is still in the mid-70s. Next week, it's supposed to be like in the low 60s. So like it's
that's what I'm looking forward to.
It's starting to get there, but, you know, and then that hurricane is blowing into the Florida Panhandle. So who knows what that's going to bring up here? Because we would theoretically be right in the path of that coming up through the Gulf.
Getting ready today. I've always thought I was a summer person. I love laying out at a pool. I love going to the beach. I do love that. But I do not like being hot if I cannot cool off. Like, I really realized that living here in New York this summer, where I'm like, dude, it ruins my mood.
It's a different kind of heat. It's an oppressive heat.
When I'm
it's
too
a
hot,
humid kind
it's
of.
just,
and when you have to walk around in it, ugh.
I'm
Yeah.
mean. I'm legitimately mean.
Yeah,
like,
we
it
know.
changes my attitude.
We know.
But then
We
today-
felt it every single day of the
Bill,
summer.
she's trying to tell you that it's contingent on the season.
It is, because today it was 67 degrees, and I got on a little sweater, and I've got, I look cute. I did my makeup. I was like feeling good. It was nice and cool. I walked to the train. I only sweat a little bit. I was like, oh man, I love fall, I think.
Fall and spring are the best.
Most people love fall. Yeah,
I do love it. I've always loved like the trees. I've always loved it, but I always thought I was a summer person. I was like, I'm a summer person through and through, through and through. I'm like, no, I like water. I like pools and beaches.
Yeah.
I do not like the summer. I do not like just being hot.
Well, you know, the best part is you don't have to just pick one.
I know.
You know, there's people who they're like, you know, they'll move to Florida, they'll move to California, so I really miss the seasons. Do you, though? I mean, you can Google leaves changing, and I am getting to the point where I am fully over winter.
Yeah.
I'm over it. So when they go, oh, climate change, blah, 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 it's going to make, there's a billion bad things about that. But the one good thing is we might end up, you know, with like a 70-degree Christmas on a regular basis. I'm all in favor of that. I don't need any more, 5-foot snowfalls. I'm over it.
I don't mind the snow.
Ugh.
I mean, I'm sure I'll feel different having to be in it. I mean, I was here in winter, January and February.
It was a pretty mild winter last year. When you get like a bad snowstorm, I remember having to go to the airport one year from New York and like walking through, to get picked up by a cab and like dragging my suitcase through the snow. That was not great. That was not fun.
No, but it's like if you live somewhere where you have to drive everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. I never minded it, when I lived at home. Take the train everywhere. I didn't care what the snow was. It wasn't really jamming up my day or anything.
Well, walking in it.
Well, but even that, like that's just part of whatever.
Nice pair of boots.
Yeah, point A to point B. I don't even mind that so much.
I don't mind driving.
But I'm a grown ass man now with a driveway, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't want any of this.
You know, guys that clear it off for you?
No,
I do.
No, because I got a snowblower.
I was gonna say, don't you have like a snowblower, snow thrower?
Hell's yes.
And you also seem like the kind of guy who would be like, well, I like to exercise a shoveling. That seems like a very Alan thing to say.
She's not wrong.
In that voice that I like the exercise of shoveling.
That's what your voice.
First of all,
literally my best impression.
Nobody likes shoveling. You'll still get a workout pushing a goddamn snowblower around. I don't want to shovel at all. But like winter before last, and it wasn't all winter long, granted, but we got like those 5 and 6 foot snow dumps or whatever.
It's never snowed 6
Whatever. I mean, it was like I had to dig out like my father-in-law's car one week and they were here. I'm like, this blows. No, thank you.
So where would you move to avoid that?
Anywhere. I don't know.
Well, you always tell the water wars are coming. That's
Well,
your
they
favorite.
are. They are. Listen, it's all a trade-off, right? Everybody's got to. I mean, look at the hellscape that is Florida. It hasn't stopped people from moving down there. That's how much people hate snow.
So that's my question. Where would you go? Would you go
I'd have to do some research. I'm talking about when it's all, when I get finally chewed up and spat out of showbiz, when it's all over for me, it's time to leave the Midwest.
I understand that, but California's actively on fire.
It's still fun to live there. Love California.
Texas has its own electricity grid that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Nevada and Arizona and Utah are out of water.
Yeah.
I mean, where are you going?
You're right. Listen, it's all trade-offs. I have to weigh that again. I'm hoping that climate extremes are going to start to do their job with respect to Midwest winters. And, you know, if we have enough years where 70 and 75-degree Christmases, I'll be fine. I'll stay put. But other than that, the point of extreme weather is it can be just as bad the other way. You know, you might have a couple of years where it's 70 at Christmas, and then a couple of years where you're getting 5 feet of snow every other day. No. I'll move overseas.
No,
I don't care about that. Of course I will. Why not?
Where are you going to go?
I love overseas. I'll figure it out.
Gwen would never move overseas.
Well, she would love to move. What are you talking about?
Or is she going to come home and visit her family?
She'd
I feel
have
like she's
to.
always with her family.
Yes, well, then fine.
So
I'd move and she'd stay here.
It's like, that's kind of a big commitment.
Well, it certainly is. That's how committed I am to I don't care for snow anymore. I'm over it. That's just me. Everybody else, I'll make my decisions and everybody else can make theirs. Everybody else can figure out how they want to react to my decision making. We can go from there. You know, I was reading about Phoenix. You know, I haven't.
In 2 weeks.
Huh?
I'm going there in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, they'll probably still have triple-digit temperature. They've had an unbroken streak of 113 straight days of triple-digit temperatures. Gross. 113 straight days where it's over 100 degrees. As the 5th largest city in the United States by population. Again, another place that is not, people are not stopping moving to Phoenix. You can tell them whatever you want. Hey, they're running out of water. Hey, I don't care. I'm going to go buy a house in Phoenix. I got a nephew who lives in Tucson. He works third shift, so it's not as bad. He loves it. Loves Tucson. I go, well, you're a young man. You got yourself like a, hot girlfriend or whatever.
So Brian's family has a house in Goodyear.
Yeah.
And we're going there for vacation, not this upcoming Saturday, but the Saturday after that. And we'll be there for 7 days. And I looked it up. I can only see until next Thursday, but that is supposedly when it will break the triple digits. 90, 99, and then 95. So hopefully the week that we're there, it'll only be in the upper 90s. But yeah, 109, 108.
Yeah. Yeah, they're smashing all their previous heat records out there.
But then it gets down to 74. There's a 30-degree temperature drop.
It's just I'm fascinated by it though, because Phoenix as a city, not that great. It's like Orlando. It's like a city it's like a mall that's trying to be a city. And so like
people like that though.
Huh?
People like it.
They must. Clearly they do, cuz Phoenix is still booming, boy.
Well, I say that because we've gone, I think his parents bought the house in 2020 or 2021, right around the time we started dating. And we've gone there every single year for a vacation. It's a free place to stay. They have a pool, And Goodyear specifically is the land of the strip malls, where I was like, it's all old people who love baseball here. That's it. So it's just like a little, they have one Mexican restaurant and one Mediterranean restaurant, and everything else is just Applebee's and Walmart's.
How is there one Mexican restaurant in Goodyear?
Because that's.
I'm telling you, it's like
we went to it. Remember?
Yeah, I do remember, but I didn't think that was the only one. I mean, it's Arizona, for God's sake.
I mean, in Goodyear's basically one exit on the highway.
Right, but I mean, I hate to break it to everybody. They do have Latinos in Goodyear, Arizona.
Yeah, but they
what
make
I'm
their
saying
own
is
Mexican
it's
food.
so like not commercialized, but like the wrong kind of commercialized.
I understand. Like it's easier to slap an Olive Garden
What's
together
the right
than it
kind?
is.
Yes. Well, I don't know.
Alan, you just hate that your squeezy salads freeze in the winter. I wasn't eating squeezy salads less. And again, this doesn't make me a curmudge to say this. People like to put the curmudge tag on me. There are plenty of people who are like, forget it. This sucks. Right? So, and even if it does, what do I care? That's fine. I'll move overseas and I'll let everybody else figure out what they want to do.
No, I've thought about that.
I'll go live in Barcelona.
I'm trying to find this like comedy life balance where like in Ohio, I love my life is great. I got Brian and the kid and my family and you guys. Like I have everything I could want in my hometown.
Oh, look, Alan, we made the list.
Yeah, I like you guys.
Bi-coastal.
It took 5 days being off air for me to admit it, but don't ruin it, all right?
Take the win, Bill.
But then comedy the way I want to do it isn't great for what, the things I want. So then I come here to New York and I'm like, dude, comedy's great. And I'm meeting with managers and I have auditions and I have all this great stuff, but I don't have any family here. And so then I'm like, the weather, how can we build a Sim City that has everything? Where it's 72 and sunny every single day. It has all of your job opportunities and everyone you've ever loved lives there.
Well, you're talking Westworld. I mean,
well, that's what I want.
Yeah.
How do we make that happen?
Did you watch Westworld or read Westworld? I don't know if it's what you want.
I saw Waterworld.
Oh, God.
Is that the same?
Dennis Hopper and the eye patch? Hey, Kathy.
That movie didn't do great, but it looks like the live experience that they do at Universal Studios.
Waterworld.
Looks like a blast.
It probably is.
I see clips of it all the time on social media.
It could only be better than the movie, so. Kathy, hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey. Who's this?
It's Alan. What can I do for you?
Oh, hey. I'm sorry. I heard the radio in the background. Hey, quick question for you. Ask your cohort if I don't know that you'll remember this, but you guys were talking about Kmart a few minutes ago. Ask her if she remembers Gold Circle, because Gold Circle was like a high-end Kmart way back in the day before Kmart came onto the picture. They had like high-end clothes for a kind of store like that. It was like a U.S. merchandise, a Best Buy, a Kmart, all wrapped up into one. I'm just wondering if she remembers it.
Still stuck on Kathy calling Mary my cohort.
Yeah,
we are very
cohort.
different ages, Kathy. Thank you very much.
Mary, you remember
Gold Circle.
The horse and buggy over to the Gold Circle, Mary?
Yeah. Kathy's like, remember when we had the Post back in the... Okay, thank you, Kathy.
I do not remember that.
Juanita is in St. Louis. Hello.
Hey, I had a question for Mare.
Yeah.
All right. So what about when you're tan in the summer? Don't you like being tan?
Yes, but I don't like being hot when I'm not by a pool.
You can also do that artificially, year-round.
Yeah, but nobody does that anymore. Like, tanning is terrible for your skin, but if it's natural in the sun, everybody gets that natural glow about summertime.
Yeah, but tanning has always been bad for people's skin. There's still people going to tanning places. I mean, they're still open. They're still opening. So there's still people going.
I have never, and it very well may be living in a different place and it being a little unfamiliar, I have never been as miserable in summer as I was this summer. Or I was truly, truly unhappy every single day because it was so friggin' hot.
Urban heat is a very different heat, too.
And just having to be, there is no escape from it.
Yeah.
You are just hot until you get to somewhere with air conditioning. And that was kind of the seal for me where I was like, oh, I do not like this. I don't enjoy this at all. If I could drive in an air-conditioned car and then sit on a patio to have lunch where it's maybe 80 degrees, nothing higher than that, and then drive in an air-conditioned car to an air-conditioned house, sure.
Just door-to-door air every...
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But being in, like, my roommate, her and I have talked about this, she loves feeling hot. So, like, in the summertime, she would wear pants and boots and walk around and be like, yeah, I don't mind it at all. I don't really get that sweaty. I don't mind being hot. I'm like, that's
I'd rather be
insane
hot. I don't
behavior.
really sweat out. I'd rather be hot than cold.
No. So for me, yes,
Well,
I
I'd
love
rather
laying
be
by a
hot
pool.
than cold.
Go ahead.
I'd rather be hot than cold, and just to let you guys know, fall doesn't officially start until I take my Uggs out and put them on my feet. So that's when my fall starts.
Oh, shut up. That's not true.
I'll adjust my calendar accordingly, Juanita. Thank you. There's Juanita in St. Louis. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to do that. If you like the band Asking Alexandria, They are coming through on a tour. And I'll have a couple of tickets for you. The All My Friends Tour. And so they're bringing a bunch of bands that are their friends. Great bands. Memphis May Fire, The Word Alive, and Archers are all supporting on this tour. It is October 5th at the House of Blues. So that'd be good. I'll have those tickets for you on the way back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Protect, one bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, Asking Alexandria is headlining the All My Friends tour, bringing their friends with them. Memphis May Fire, The Word Alive, and Archers. All great. Asking Alexandria is your headliner. The thing goes down at the House of Blues on Saturday, October the 5th. Not far off. Ticketmaster.com will have all of the pertinent details for you. Caller 10, you get this pair for the show. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Should you dance or should you not dance?
You can dance like no one's watching. He'll talk like no one's listening.
It's better that you don't.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, we got hot celebrity gossip a little bit too, Mary.
Oh.
From one Perez Bilton. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
As is the last handful of Guardians games down to the final 5 beginning tonight. That is a 6:40 first pitch here on MMS, and you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. First of 2 against the Cincinnati Reds, and then they will finish the regular season with 3 here at home against the Houston Astros. And the breakdown for the postseason, Guardians can clinch a first-round bye and home field advantage in the ALDS today if they beat the Reds. Or if they lose to the Reds, but the Astros also lose against the Mariners.
It's the math. This is the math.
This is the way. And so every team that has a shot at the postseason is trying to nail down how they're going to do it. Yankees can clinch their division if they beat the Orioles. And some teams, it's going to be further into the week. But that's what it's looking like for your Cleveland Guardians. Speaking of sports organizations, I was reading, we were talking about how they have had 113 unbroken days of triple-degree temperatures out there in Phoenix. Now, I don't know if that had anything to do with the death of Al McCoy. I'm going to say no. But if you've ever gone to a Phoenix Suns game, you heard Al McCoy. This guy was the longest team broadcaster in NBA history. Al McCoy just died. He was 91. He had been calling Phoenix Suns games for 51 years. Imagine, he got the gig when he was 40. He was doing those games he just retired like last season. And he's in all of the halls of fame, not only there in Arizona, but also more broadly in sports halls of fame. He got a ring from the Suns for his service. Is that something they normally do? Like if a guy's been their play-by-play guy for a long time, they give him a ring if they win something?
Yeah,
if they win the championship,
yeah. Because I think everybody got rings with the Cavs.
Yeah, like my brother-in-law was in the art department. And
he got one?
Yeah, he got a ring.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
He got a Calder Cup ring, and he got a...
Wow.
Yeah, I got pictures with it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's
So
not the
everybody
same
gets
level of ring.
Oh.
Like, it looks the same, but it's
Right.
not like
But it
the
doesn't
same.
have the
Yeah,
little diamonds
it's
in
not
it.
the $100,000 ring that the players get, but it's still pretty sweet.
But he can say, I have a Cavs championship ring. Yeah. Yeah, but if it's not it is cool. No doubt. But if it is not the same one, like what is the level of prestige that comes with that? I mean, it's cool.
You don't have one.
Yeah, he's got
Well, no, of course
a
I don't,
championship
but
ring. That
I'm
was
not part of the
given to him
organization.
because of because they won the championship.
But what is it made of? He's not getting the ones that the players
Hope,
get.
desire, determination.
It's still a very expensive ring.
It is? Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
like,
asking.
It's not like it's a Dakota ring or anything. Like it's
a Dakota ring.
Yeah, like Dakota ring. Remember?
Oh, I thought you meant Dakota.
No, Dakota.
Ah, Dakota ring. Okay, that was what I was asking. Is it like they go, here you go, and it's got some heft to it, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
It was gigantic.
Does he wear it around?
Probably not.
So Al McCoy, who called Phoenix Suns games for 51 years, longest team broadcaster in NBA history. Broadcasters I would imagine one of the toughest things to do if you become a broadcaster with a sports organization is you have to figure out what your catchphrase is going to be. What did Joe Tate used to say? Give me that DiGiorno pizza.
Yeah,
right.
DiGiorno.
But didn't he have didn't Joe Tate have a catchphrase? A lot of guys do.
I don't think he had a catchphrase. I think he was just very good at what he did.
Well, Al McCoy would say, Shazam! Now, again, not something he made up, but something that he coined. And did it for a long, long time. Hello, Bill in Lakewood.
Hello, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Bill in Lakewood, part 2.
Hello, Bill in Lakewood, part 1.
Hello, Mary in Queens.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
I hate New York City, so I don't know. I wanted to comment. Al, I believe I met you there at a Romo house one time a few months ago.
Romo house? What the hell are you talking about,
At
Bill?
the Romo house.
In
Rocket
Lakewood.
Mortgage Field House.
Yeah, okay.
You call it?
Well, it's
Anyways.
it's called the Romo Fijo, but now I understand what you're saying.
I wanted to fill you in on the great. This is what a great guy Dan Gibble was, by the way. He gave everyone from the top of the organization all the way down to peon like me a championship ring. So they all look the same. They look great, but you're not getting the diamonds. You're getting the fake emeralds.
Right. And you're the video department, yeah, Bill?
Kinda.
Yeah.
But it meant he made sure that every single, even the cleaning team people down there, you got a ring, and that was pretty. A lot of places don't do that, like all the way down. But
So anybody on the payroll at the Romo Fijo got one of those rings?
yeah, so no matter what you think about Dan Gilbert, guy gets props in my books for I've never I didn't even get the Calder Cup one though.
I don't think about him. So does that? So the people working concessions work for a different company, though, right? They're not working for the people working concessions. They probably didn't get one. They're not
they
part
don't
of
work for the Cavs.
Right.
See, all the concession people got them too. That's what I'm saying. Even the vendors.
Wait a second.
So,
good for them.
Yeah. So.
All right. Where is yours, Bill? Is it prominently displayed in your home?
It's prominently displayed in my sock drawer. Because
all right.
if you take an actual picture of it, it's bigger than your hand. It's really, really gaudy. Bill?
My hand's pretty big, Bill.
Saw that.
Yeah.
It's a huge ring. You really can't wear it out anywhere. So.
Okay.
But at least I got one. So.
Right. Okay. Congrats.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Guys.
There's Bill in Lakewood. I always forget when I talk to Bill in Lakewood that I have met him. He is part of that organization over there at the Romo Fijo with the Cavaliers. You want to hear more Brian? Brian left me a lot of messages.
Yes.
A lot of singing.
When the night has been too lonely and the road has been too long,
And you think that love is only for the lucky and the strong.
Brian's sitting at home singing old Bette Midler. How about that? The Rose. Anybody remember The Rose? This is a big, big song. The movie of the same name. Now, this was
I
late
remember The Rose,
70s. Yeah. It was supposed to be a Janis Joplin biopic. but her family wouldn't give the okay to do it. So they basically did a ripoff of a Janis Joplin type character, and it was called The Rose. And Bette Midler starred in it as the character, the ill-fated character who would, spoiler alert, die at the end of the film. So if you've never seen The Rose, from 1979, I think, or 1980, I've just given away the ending. But Brian, who is sitting at home and leaving lots and lots of messages, pulls these songs from wherever. Because it's not like when he leaves a message, they're on in the background. He's going a cappella, which is my favorite Brian, is a cappella.
When the night has been too lonely and the road has been too long.
Oh, that's wonderful. Love it. So good. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it.
I make my living on the evening news. Just give me something I can use. We've only just begun. Who's gonna drive you home tonight?
Oh, God, I'll tell you what. I don't mind when, Brian's obviously not in my car, but this Ford karaoke app that they're rolling out is my frigging nightmare. Companies of any stripe, they don't ever want you to be alone with your own thoughts. They want to sell you something, and they don't ever, ever, ever want you to just sit there in silence and maybe reflect on things. They always want to give you something to be doing. And Ford is rolling out this in-car app as part of their display or whatever that is in-car karaoke. And I guess the thought is, because I think they're going to roll it out in their EVs, so I think their thought is while people are waiting for their car to charge, they'll be ostensibly sitting in their car singing along with songs. Whereas I think most people, if they're charging their car, they're not sitting in the car, right? I mean, even if you go to a rest stop where there's people plugged in, they're not sitting in the car. They're taking a walk, or they're buying some friggin' Cheez-Its or something. But, oh, God, a karaoke app for your car.
How is this any different than just singing a song?
It's not.
Because it has the words.
Well, I'm sure there's advertisements in this, too. That's what,
And I guess it wouldn't have
the lyrics.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
the lyrics would be on the screen,
vocals,
but not in the song.
Right. So they launch the app, and then it gives you a QR code, and then it takes you to a page, and then it tells you the song, and then it... So, listen, I don't drive an EV. I drive a Ford, but, mine's almost 10 years old. This is nothing that concerns me. But pretty soon, these kinds of things will be ubiquitous in all new cars. And I'm just saying, if this might be great news for you. You might be somebody like, oh man, when I'm sitting there, all I want to do is sing in my car. Joe Tate said, wham with the right hand, Chris and Menor says.
Oh, yeah.
When players would dunk. It's a little suggestive, isn't it? Wham with the right hand.
What if they dunked left?
Some heft with the left. I don't know.
Oh, there you go.
Alan, are you telling me the beer guy has a championship ring? It sounds like everybody over there's got one. I don't know. It sounds like, yeah, the guy. Well, no, because I don't know. Those guys are working for Aramark or another company or something. But according to everyone involved here, those people have them too. Well, you want to talk about a misleading headline. Man goes on squirting spree.
Uh-oh.
What?
I would have been more excited had it been a young lady. But they scooped up a guy down in Florida. One of our bureau chiefs sent me the story about a guy who was walking around, and He wasn't sticking them, but he was walking around with a syringe and squirting women's buttocks with an unknown liquid. Guys are so weird.
So weird.
So weird. I know that these people are mentally ill and they have a lot of time on their hands and they can't get a girl or a guy. And a guy in his mid-30s in 2 separate incidents where he was walking around department stores in the greater Miami area and had a medical syringe. And he would squirt an unknown liquid on ladies' buttocks. How do you...
What does that even do for you? They don't even notice.
That's the question. You know, maybe it's just the thrill of doing it and them not knowing. But somehow these women, one woman said that she determined she had a liquid stain on her jorts.
Oh, not on the jorts.
Come on.
Ruining the jorts. And so she went to the store security, said, hey, I think somebody did something. Do you guys have surveillance footage? Of course they did. And they determined it was a guy who had done this a few months before at a Marshall's. He matched the same description as the guy that was in the videotape, spraying an unknown substance on the victim's buttock area. Woman said she was in shock before she could confront the guy. He walked away and out of the store. He said that the liquid was Cetaphil, which is a moisturizing lotion. And he said that he also deleted he deleted the videos because he was filming himself doing it. This was how this guy, I guess, later on was going to enjoy the fruits of his labor, as he was going to go back and watch the videos. So he told the cops that he deleted all the videos from his phone. Now, when they had him in custody, the postscript to this is when they scoop the guy up and they have him in custody, I guess that he didn't realize that, you know, when you're in the cop shop, everything's being recorded.
Whoops.
No. And so I got to have my phone call. I got to call my dad. And so he called his dad. And, of course, the police were recording it. And he told his dad to go to the house because he'd been staying with his dad and hide all of my hard drives.
Oh, no.
Except that the dad, since the cops heard this, the dad got to the house after the cops got there. And they found the hard drives. And they also seized. Now, when the guy goes, oh, that's just lotion in those syringes, you know he's lying.
Yeah.
You know what it really is. And they determined that's what it was. They took it to the lab, and the syringes were full of semen.
Come on.
We
just want to exist. We just want to walk around.
I know. You just want to walk around without having semen syringed on your hindquarters.
How would you react to somebody saying, hey, go hide my hard drives?
I'd be like, no. I would say no because I'm like, I mean, my first thought, which maybe isn't great, is child porn.
Yes.
No, I think that's exactly how we all think. Yeah.
That's my very first thought. And anybody who's like, hide that, I'd be like, no, you should go to jail forever. Like, I'm not hiding that.
Yeah. If anybody says, hide my hard drives or delete all, like, destroy my computer, I'm like, oh, no. I'm turning you in.
Well, he was already turned in.
Yeah.
And the cops heard everything he said.
But I would comply with the police officers in that situation. I would be like,
maybe it was all a misunderstanding, and maybe the hard drives just had step-by-step instructions on how to put your semen into a syringe.
I don't think you need step-by-step instructions for that.
You just point and shoot? Is that what you're saying? Like an old school Kodak?
You would ejaculate into
Mary.
a bowl or a cup and then soak it. What's the word I'm looking for? Pull it up with the syringe.
Rubs the
I
lotion
don't know
on
what
his
she's
skin
talking
or
about.
else gets the hose
We
again.
need to send somebody to Mary's house and check the hard drives.
If you let me go, I won't press charges, I promise.
Now he places the lotion in the basket.
Please.
Put the lotion in the basket.
Mm-hmm. You know what Mary would do if this happened.
Okay. Wow. I gotta go. I have to leave.
Still miss us?
Go.
She wouldn't call no cops.
I gotta go forever.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
That's the sound of the police.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, Alan?
How are you?
What's going on, man? I'm good.
Good.
Driving home from work.
All right.
I was calling about the electric battery. So I helped build the electric battery plants. And as far as the electric cars, though, man, I am not for them at all. I think it's the biggest. I think it's the biggest joke that's out here. And then, like, the little music app that they got on them that you were talking about, you can do the same thing with Apple Music. I do it all the time at work. I'll put my phone on the cart, turn Apple Music on, hook to my Bluetooth, and it reads the lyrics right there. And it, like, moves along with the song.
Yeah,
right
all
on
the
my
apps.
phone.
Yeah, the apps all kind of have the lyrics now. But again, this to me, it's not because it doesn't exist. It's because I'm sure they want to embed advertisements into it, and they want to give people like options. I don't know, and so
maybe they're trying to discover the next great
It's
talent.
a form of invading my security.
Right.
It's the voice Ford edition.
Yes, absolutely. Just to keep you stuck in the hole while driving.
So, Brandon,
Every morning I drive to work and it's silent.
Brandon, you're working at a factory that's going to make batteries, or?
I have before, yeah. I've
Okay.
worked at a couple of them.
And your assessment is that it's a big joke?
As far as just like the electric vehicle movement, I think it's retarded.
Well,
Now, why is that?
I love gas, man. 2 strokes and 4 strokes. There's something about an engine.
Oh, I see.
I don't want to sit and wait to plug in my car.
Right.
Look, I'm impatient to begin with, I'll be honest. And if you're telling me that I have to stop in the middle of my day in an inconvenience to plug my car in, I'm going to be pissed.
I thought you had some.
It pisses me off if I have to plug my phone in.
I thought you had like some inside information. You're just talking about personal preference.
Oh, no.
I got
yeah,
you.
no.
Okay.
We can with no disclosure there.
Right. All right. Okay. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it, Brandon. I thought he was like, oh, I worked on one of these. And let me tell you, man.
No.
There's a lot of infrastructure. That's true, man. I mean, there's no stopping the EV thing, but there's a lot of infrastructure, boy, that needs to be built to support that whole thing. So I'm all for it, but it's not going to be as simple as flipping a switch and next day everybody's driving EVs. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to go to the Sesanta tour, that's what they're calling it. It is in honor of Maynard James Keenan's 61st birthday. So you're going to have these tickets until the spring, because that's when it's going to happen. End of May out at Blossom. It's Primus, it's Pussifer, it's a Perfect Circle. All 3 of them on board, on stage, doing a big old show. It's pretty wild. 2nd year they're doing it, and you can be out at Blossom next spring for it here in Cleveland. So we'll do that on the way. 35192. Want to send a text for anything else? We'll have Hot Celebrity Goss from Perez Bilton on the way. If you want to watch the show, get to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to get to that Say Santa Tour 2.0 this year. Well, next year, actually, not this year. Primus and Pussifer and A Perfect Circle. 2/3 of that lineup. And got Maynard James Keenan's grubby little mitts all over him. He'll be celebrating his 61st next year. They just kind of did this as a fun thing to do for his 60th, and everybody involved had such a great time. They're going to do it again next year. So Sunday, May 25th. Going to be sitting on these for a minute. It's going to come through Blossom. LiveNation.com's got the details. Say Santa 2.0, Primus, Pussifer, Perfect Circle. If you're a fan of alliteration, it's a lot of fun, too. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city.
Cleveland!
But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
That Judith, I mean, that's a pretty good song, but there's so many better songs on that first Perfect Circle record, man. Orestes is better, and The Hollow is better.
Yeah, this is just a good radio song.
I know, it is. It's good. But that very first record, when it was like Josh Freese was playing the drums and James Eha was in there, man, it was good. That very first record. So, it's like 25 years old by now.
Yeah.
I'm hoping A Perfect Circle goes on first at that show so I can dip out. Because I don't really care about Primus. Pussifer's okay, but that's a really acquired taste. Love A Perfect Circle, though. Of course,
I imagine Perfect Circle is going to close it.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wow, you're probably right. It'll probably be Primus, Pussifer, Perfect Circle.
I think it'll go Pussifer, Primus, Perfect Circle.
Oh, you think so?
I think Maynard will probably want a little bit of a reprieve.
Little amuse-bouche?
Yeah. Well, just like a little bit of a break between sets. That's a lot of singing.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, so anyway, Perfect Circle, love those guys. And it probably won't be Josh Freese behind the drums because he's the new guy with Foo Fighters now. Of course, who knows what's going to happen in the immediate future with Foo Fighters. I mean, but a lot of people have gone through that Perfect Circle lineup. They had a very cute bass player by the name of Paz Lenshantine that was in there for a while, and she was really cute. So who knows who they'll have in there. Jimmy Eha, of course, back with the Smashing Pumpkins, and he and Billy Corgan have all kissed and made up. But we'll see. So I will have those tickets for you about this time all this week. Next week, for everybody that's been asking me about Sonic Temple tickets, I will have those next week. They've added a handful more people, or at least, they've trickled out some of the names. Alice Cooper, okay. They got Killswitch Engage and, 100-plus bands, but the big name, of course, was Metallica. They will be doing the Friday and Sunday night headlining slots there with Rob Zombie and Alice in Chains opening for them, respectively. So it is May 8th through the 11th in Columbus at Crew Stadium. Next spring, all next week, I will have 4-day GA weekend stadium passes to put you there for the whole thing. And I think the pre-sale started today. So SonicTempleFestival.com is where all the pre-sale stuff is. Yeah, that started this morning. But they dropped Alice Cooper's name and Killswitch. Hollywood Undead, Trivium is going to play. A band called Citizen Soldier. I'm not hip to them, but you can never go wrong going to Sonic Temple. So next week I will have those passes for you. I'll also hook you up for that Pop Evil show. You can win a pair of tickets to join Bill Squire at Common Ground in Medina for their second annual Halloween bash.
Very excited for that.
Right?
It's going to be very fun. That's got a costume contest, and the grand prize is $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
All right, ladies, pack yourself into a slutty nurse costume and come get the $1,000. So
Go ahead.
No, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, why does Metallica always do that Friday, Sunday? Do they ever play 2 days in a row? Because wasn't their whole last tour like a split weekend like that?
That's where they're continuing that, yeah. Because
Why, though?
that's going into 2025. Well, because they're doing 2 completely different sets of music.
Now she's asking why don't they just play back-to-back nights?
Why not Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday? Why do
Well,
they
I
do
think
Friday?
I think at their
too old?
age, well,
They're like a
a
day
lot
in
of those
between.
bands are
Yeah.
like, I need a day in between, yeah. Because they're up there killing it for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So they're like, yeah, we need a night in between. I get it. Most bands at that level or that have been around that long, they're not doing, on tour, they're doing like Monday and Thursday. So, yeah, they need at least 1 or 2 nights in between. I think 1 night in between is pretty impressive. If you're doing your whole tour. I mean, this tour they're on now is going to end up being like 2 years long.
Well, because it's also only 1 city a week, isn't it?
Yes.
So they're only doing Friday, Sunday.
Yes.
So you can only hit, if you're working every single week, you're only doing 50 cities.
Right.
Which
And
they're
that's
not.
kind of what,
Are they?
yeah, kind of. I mean, they're doing a lot of cities, but I get the feeling that when they're all done with this M72 tour, they're going to put something out that's like, we're kind of done. I would not be surprised if we're getting towards the end of Metallica saying we're to. This feels like a big, big kind of tour. You're pulling out all the stops. I don't know that that's a band that does a quote-unquote farewell tour. Because they might still record and do things like that, but I don't know. So anyway, the Oddfellows Halloween Bash and Costume Contest, that's in Medina. Bill is your host. My copy here says that you can also enjoy the beats of DJ Pauly Moist.
Oh, my God.
Bill, do you know DJ Pauly Moist?
I don't yet, but
You're
can't
gonna meet him
wait
that
to
night.
Enjoy those beats.
You're going to meet him October 26th.
Let's go, baby.
Now, if you can't make it to that, the very same night across town is going to be the Mushroom Head Halloween show at the Agora. That might be more your speed. It's rare that you will find people who are into both Mushroom Head and DJ Pauly Moist. Not to say that they're not out there.
They are out there.
People have
It's a
varied
very thin,
tastes.
intersection on that Venn diagram, but it's out there.
I'll also have tickets for you to see
And
one
they
of
got a
Mary's
choice to make.
one of Mary's favorite bands, Rise Against, returns to the Agora next month, and we start handing off tickets for haunted houses too. The Factory of Terror in Canton, not to be confused with the Factory of Sadness. That is Browns Bank Park. Factory of Terror there in Canton. So all of that next week. Just a programming note, we will be here only 3 days next week. We will be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week.
I've still never been to a haunted house.
Well, that's by design, right? Like, you don't care?
I'm scared. I don't really love the idea of paying to.
You don't like the jump. You don't
freaked
like
out.
people jumping out and scaring you.
No, because those are like, to me, the suspense in horror movies is what makes it so scary sometimes. Not really the blood or the guts, which I don't like. It just grosses me out.
Yeah.
And so when I think about jump scares and suspense, I'm like, I don't want to pay $50 for 3 hours of that. That sounds terrible.
Well, it's rarely 3 hours.
Yeah, it's not 3 hours.
Don't they have like the
there's
seven
some
floors
that-
of
yeah.
hell and all that, where
But
it's
you-
like a bunch of different things?
You're going to a
and-
bunch of, but you're waiting in line a bunch too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because there's kind of bottlenecks as people are getting into the next room and you hear them screaming and then you kind of know it's got to be tough if you're on the haunted house side of things. That's why Mansfield Reformatory was always so fun. I guess still is. I haven't been in a few years. But it's a good time because there's so many, it's kind of wide open and there's so many places for people to hide.
That just doesn't seem exciting. I mean, I've.
You should do it once. Just.
I'm like, I should just to say that I've done it and have the experience. I don't know. I'm really scared.
And if you go to 7 Floors of Hell, they do have a fair aspect to it. Like you can get like a funnel cake or something.
There you go.
So when I pee my pants, I can have a gyro after.
Now, what about this? If you wanted a bit more PG, and I don't know that we're talking about it yet, but I am going to have passes for 7 Floors of Heck.
Oh, that might be more up my alley.
That's all I'm saying.
Attractions? What are some of like the bad guys at 7 Floors of Heck?
I'm not at liberty to discuss those yet because we're just getting into spooky season, and there's so many other.
There's Mark Myers. There's
there's Frederick Krueger.
Yeah,
and
and Mason.
Yeah, Mason Voorhees. Yeah,
Mason. So, that might be something to think about for you.
I'll have to consider it.
Mary, are you ready for hot celebrity gossip?
Yes.
I ask you because I need to know if you are ready because I know that you get excited.
Born ready.
You have literally the same reaction to a Factory of Terror that you do to Perez Bilton.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Oh, how are all my goss guzzlers doing out there? I got some nice, steamy fall goss for you.
A syringe full of goss.
Yeah, a syringe full of goss to spray all over your jorts. Ric Flair is getting divorced for a 5th time.
Oh.
Him and his wife, Wendy Barlow, are calling it quits. They said they both got different projects going on, and it's just better if they move in different directions. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Between retiring from wrestling and his 5th divorce, Ric Flair says he's officially done with rings.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
Get it? Mm-hmm. All right, 90 Day Fiancé star, Big Ed. You guys know Big Ed? Mm-hmm. You've seen Big Ed? Alan, do you know
I've
Big
never
Ed?
seen Big Ed. Is he the fat guy with the beard or what?
Yeah, with no
he's
neck.
got the neck.
Yeah,
the
he's
neck.
got
Okay, yes, I do know who that is.
He called off his engagement to Portia Raymond. This is the 4th time he's been engaged. One time he did go through with it, but that was a long time ago. They ended up getting divorced. He's been engaged to 3 other women, called it off every time. He says, I'd like to be single for a while. And according to inside sources, he just couldn't see sticking his neck out there for somebody like that.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
That got you.
Mm-hmm. You got her that time.
And then finally, Perry Farrell is getting professional help after he took a swing at Dave Navarro on the Jane's Addiction tour a couple weeks ago. And he's seeing a neurologist. He said it was very out of character for him to do such a thing. And he just wants to get things right and hopefully mend some fences and continue the tour at some point. According to inside sources, the brothers from Oasis said they'll be throwing punches day one on their tour. They're not going to be waiting weeks. You show up to that first show, they're going to throw punches, and the tour's going to be over. That's how pros do it, not these hacks and Jane's Addictions.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Has anybody foisted the theory that maybe what I'm pretty sure has been Perry Farrell's extensive plastic surgery on his face might have maybe screwed up with his, might have messed with his brain or something?
Maybe.
Yeah. Something in there. He's had a lot of work done. Or maybe just once. But they really got him smooth. He's very smooth. So, well, I hope that they all kiss and make up. But it is also a very 2024 thing for a band that is notorious for not getting along to have what amounted to a pushing match and say, that's it. You know, back in the day, it didn't matter. Bands hated each other. You'd fight backstage, you'd fight on stage, and then the next night, you're in Topeka. You go, that was last night. These guys, a couple of pushes to the sternum, and they call the whole thing off. Whatever. Brian called again. He's throwing some country music. Classic country, Mary.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it is.
Charlie Pride. You know who Charlie Pride is? I think he died recently. I think he was like one of the first black country artists. He was like a guy who was like the first black dude in the Grand Ole Opry, maybe. First major superstar who was black and in country music.
The only gold I have for you is in this wedding band. And all I have to offer you is me.
There'll be no mansions waiting on.
Charlie Pride started as a baseball player in the Negro Leagues, and then he became a country music superstar. And, you know, he had his issues with the country music crowd, obviously, but he was a very, very early, like the late 60s. He was selling more records than Elvis back then. Yeah, it was a big deal. He died. Oh, I guess he died during COVID. I don't know if that's why he died. I thought he died last year. He died in 2020. But the guy would tour. Oh, yeah, he died from COVID in Dallas. He was 86. Yep. And, you know, he's one of these guys. This is why the country audience really embraced him, because he had all kinds of familial drama, right? He had kids that he wouldn't say were his. He had, there were other kids that said that he was their dad, but they would fight all the time. He was part owner of the Texas Rangers.
Dang, this guy did everything.
He did, boy. Yep. He was around for a long, long time. Still good out there. And Brian is keeping his memory alive, oddly enough. Thank you, Brian. A texter points out that to pick up a new woman, Ric Flair is really going to have to woo her. Is that his thing?
Woo!
Woo! Yes. That's okay.
Yeah,
that's Ric Flair. I thought he was the Nature Boy. I always refer
Nature
to
Boy Ric Flair.
Nature Boy Ric Flair.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. Then I guess that's probably a
good joke.
Solid joke.
It was a very good joke.
Alan, 8 floors of heck is no joke. One of the rooms, a guy made a cup of hot tea and forgot about it, and now it's lukewarm.
Oh, no. My worst nightmare.
Right. Well, if you want hot tea, those are the kind of scares that await you. Mm-hmm.
Just the worst.
Hey, Jason.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Hanging in. What's up?
Two things. You know, Alice Cooper, not too bad. Saw him twice this year. Still got the vocals. Saw the Stones this year also.
Yep.
And I was wondering, because we're always, all of us, we all agree, we're always bashing the MAGA guys. What are we going to do if he actually wins?
What are we gonna do? I don't know. What is there to do?
I don't know. I was just wondering what your opinion was. Do you think everybody's going to lose their mind and go nuts? Or you think everybody's just going to calm down and say, well, it
no.
is what it is.
No.
We have a democracy.
No, we've seen no evidence of anybody on that side saying, you got us. We're all, they're already laying the groundwork to contest the whole thing. No, I think it's going to be a mess no matter who wins. It's not like it's, there's going to be, if he loses, they will immediately file lawsuits, and it's going to be, my concern is not that there's going to be people rioting in the streets because people are too lazy for that. My concern is it's going to be like Bush v. Gore, and the Supreme Court is just going to give it to Trump. And anybody who doesn't think that that's a possibility, it might be a small possibility, but anybody who doesn't at least consider that as an option isn't paying attention.
As long as they don't shut down the country and our concerts and all of our fun that we get to have, political business aside, I'm all good for it. Yeah, whatever. We'll all survive. We're America.
Right. Well, see, he's got it down. He's figured it out. Jason knows what's up. All right. Thank you, Jason.
Love you guys. Bye.
All right. Love you too. Thank you. Let's sing for
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as though rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
I like that he didn't give up. He's like, as long as I maintain the melody, I'll just put words in and we'll get through this. I would ask to stop.
With the punches,
I would ask to stop down and could I please start this all over again? But that guy just barrels forward like a friggin' American. All right, I got a break. 35192. Anybody who wants to get a text in, that's how you do it. If you're listening on iHeartRadio, on the app there, you can leave messages, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? You can email me for anything at alancoxshow.com. You want to watch the program live? You can. Get to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and you will find it there. Your Cleveland Guardians are at home for the remainder of the regular season. First of two tonight starts up against the Reds. That's a 6:40 first pitch tonight and tomorrow. And then the last three games of the regular season, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they'll be hosting the Houston Astros at Progressive Field. And then we will get into October ball. 90 years ago today, 1934, Babe Ruth played his last game of the New York Yankees.
Wow. That's a long time ago, dude.
The Yankees lost 5-0. So the Babe was well past his prime by then. It was a long time ago. It was 90 years ago. Mm-hmm. Now, in 10 years, that fact will be 100 years old. 10 years from now.
Yes.
In 2034. I was reading about, I don't know if it's one person who continues to do these or if it's just different people who are dick around. The time travelers who are on TikTok and come back to tell us things.
Yeah.
And they go, I am a real time traveler. And these are silly, but I can't get into them. You know, some things are silly and you can get into them, and other things are just kind of dopey and you can kind of, but like the fake time traveler thing, I don't understand the hook with that. Because it's never anything, like a time traveler could come back and go, here's who wins the election. It's never that. Here's when the asteroid hits. Here's when the new season of Mindhunter will finally drop on Netflix. You know, useful information. It's never that. I would love for there to be a time traveler. Guy on TikTok who says he is from the year 2671, which tells me, all right, we haven't blown ourselves up in the next 500 years. Came all the way back. On TikTok, no less.
Wants to reach the most amount of people.
He's got over 900,000 followers with almost 7 million likes in the videos. And believe it or not, and this has got to be the tough part, is that people aren't going to believe you. Imagine if you were a legit time traveler and you're trying to get people to believe you and you go, look, I'm using the medium of the day, in this case, TikTok.
I mean, if I were to go back in time and people were to ask me things about the future, I'd get a lot of stuff wrong. Like if I travel back,
current day stuff?
You mean you would jam people up purposely?
No, not purposely.
Oh.
They'd probably ask me questions that I don't know the answers to because I don't know. Like they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you're from the future. Who was the president in 1950?" I'd be like, "Oh, I don't got my phone with me, so I don't know."
Wait. They're gonna wait. Nobody would ask you about something that happened in our past.
No, if I travel back in time to say the 1800s.
Oh, you travel back.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see.
Can't travel forward.
But I thought you meant if you were the guy from this future. I see. If you went back in time, like Back to the Future, who's the president?
Who won the World Series in 1977? I'd be like,
all right. Well, this guy,
probably the Yankees. I don't know.
This guy comes back. He's got all these people following him on TikTok. He is from the year 2671. And he's come all the way back 647 years to warn us.
What is he warning us of?
That 2024, boy, this guy really is in the future. 2024 is going to be one of the worst years in history for natural disasters. Oh, boy. Who could have ever foreseen that? You mean in that for the past 20 years they've been getting progressively worse? Bullseye, time traveler. He said Houston will be hit by a 17-mile wide tornado and that a mega tsunami would smash into the California coastline. Now, this guy does come back every so often. I don't know what he does for a living there in 2671, but he makes these...
Universal income hasn't kicked in yet?
UBI. He's got all this time on his hands to just be an artist. But this guy, posts things on TikTok every so often, and it's kind of like, it's analogous to modern-day Nostradamus in that none of them are ever true, but people still enjoy it. But again, it would be cool if they were like, here's a fact that you're going to want to, you think you'd want to give people a seed of something.
Yeah, but you can't.
No, I know you can. I'm just saying, like, in a situation in which you were a legitimate time traveler and you came back, because it's like, it's not even, it used to be a joke, but it's not a joke anymore, that if Jesus came back, the people who purport to love him would probably kill him because he'd be brown. He'd be walking around, all the people who say they love Jesus.
He'd also be a short king.
Yeah.
Giving stuff out for free.
Yes. He'd be a socialist, immigrant, homo or whatever, like that guy who calls and leaves messages for me all the time.
Mr. Cox, I do not like you. You and your LGBTQ plus divided sign community of Kamala Harris loving Trump hating liberal lunatics. I want to steal your Amazon packages and leave my poop on your doorstep. You homosexual.
It always ends with calling me a homosexual. I don't understand that. That guy does not like me. Huh?
I think he does like you.
I liked you a lot.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
No, if Jesus came back, all the MAGA types would string him up because he wouldn't be able to convince them that he was Jesus. You have to think about over the course of your life, all of the homeless, mentally ill people who have told you that they were Jesus, and you didn't believe them. One of them might have been, and you're not going to show your hand. So when the time traveler comes back and says, here's what's going to happen. But again, nothing this guy has said has come true.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, if there was anything that he predicted that did happen.
No. He goes, you're going to get an alien, and they're going to... I mean, a lot of them are funny. He's clearly screwing with people, and because a lot of people are gullible, there's probably people who are like, well, maybe. They're going to discover dragons in the Rocky Mountains. So, no, nothing is... But the year's not over yet. What if it's just backloaded?
Everything's going to happen in the next 2 months?
He's got 10 more. This most recent dispatch, he says 10 things, because you know how people love a nice round number, 10 more things that he claims will happen before year's end. He goes, many of you don't believe I'm a real time traveler, so remember these 5 events to come in the final months of 2024. As though, none of his other things have come true, but he thought, okay, the things I'm going to tell you now are really how you are going to know that I'm legit. On October the 8th, it's not far off, he says that 8 people on the entire planet, 8 people will receive superpowers from an extreme blast of energy from the sun.
I hope it's me.
Now, that would have to be, imagine 8 people only on a planet of 8 billion people, and the energy from the sun so hyper-focused that only those people would get their powers derived from the sun. As I understand it, the sun pretty much encompasses the earth. Anyway, November 17th, to get you ready for Thanksgiving, because of a meteor shower, there will be new types of animals appearing all over the world, one of which will be smarter than humans. So mark that one down. I hope that you're taking notes. Huh?
Every human.
Smarter than all humans or just like some humans?
Well, he leaves it a little bit vague.
All right, wait. Go back to the superhero one.
Mm-hmm.
Because Mary said she would want to be one of the... Can we do like find a superhero, or like a superhero power generator to see what superhero power we get?
Oh. You mean because of the extreme blast of the sun's energy?
Okay, here we go. There's I found one. Random superpower generator.
Yep.
Okay. We just want random.
Mm-hmm.
Random power. Okay. This will be for Mary, if this works.
The ability to read really fast, but only if it's a newspaper.
Are you reading a lot of newspapers?
No, that's why it kind of sucks.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
what did you get for her?
For Mary?
Yeah.
He's making these up.
No, I'm not.
No, there's a website. He's looking at it.
It's Mary got there's all right, because it gives it random, and I did that, and I gave like 7 superpowers, but there's like a list of 3, so you get to pick. Let's do it this way. You get to pick from these 3.
Okay.
Echolocation, ability to determine location of objects in the environment by use of reflected sound waves, whether generated by the character or ambient sound, also known as sonar or radar sense.
Okay.
Aura
like a
reading.
dolphin or a bat. What was the other one?
The second one is aura reading,
I
the
already did
ability to perceive energy fields surrounding people, places, and things. And then 3
It's called
is
vibes.
3 is shadow manipulation and control of shadows and darkness.
Oh,
That's weird. So you can like move someone's shadow around?
I guess so.
I'll give you 3 more here. I'm on a different page.
Okay.
You want 3 powers? How many powers do you want?
No, she gets to choose from one of the 3.
Oh, one of the 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Enhanced combat.
Okay.
The power to possess combat proficiency and capabilities beyond the peak members of our species.
It's like Jason Bourne.
Psychic shield. Highly resistant to psychic attacks,
Ooh.
which you do believe in. I would strike that one immediately, but you believe in that.
Yeah, but when I pay for it and it's for good,
Mm-hmm.
it needs to be consensual.
Siren song. The power to emit irresistible sound that lures anyone who hears it towards you. You live in New York. You're gonna want the combat, right? I mean, in New York. You're not trying to lure anyone toward you. You're trying to repel them.
If I could get Siren Song, then I could leave New York and go on the road and just sing at the comedy club until everybody shows up.
And no matter how bad it is, they're
loving it.
Siren Song, yeah.
I'm going Siren Song.
Okay.
All right, give me 3.
Lightning vision. The power to project electrical energy from one's own eyes.
Okay.
Needle projection. The power to project... It's pretty self-explanatory. The power to project needles. Yeah.
Yeah, porcupine.
Or microscopic vision. The power to perceive items too small to be seen with the naked eye.
Give me the lightning vision,
Yep,
please.
lightning vision is pretty good.
I'm going to use mine to help humanity. I'm going to stop bad guys and stuff like that. I'm just going to...
BillSquire.com.
Be a superhero that's like, come to my shows.
That's Siren Song, right? Yeah.
Or I guess I could do that if there was a meteor coming. I could sing everybody away from it.
Sing everyone away from a meteor that's going to hit the Earth? Where are they going to go?
10 square feet that it's going to affect.
I see. But where are they going to go?
Toward me.
Toward you, and you're going to
Away
save
from the
them
meteor,
from...
yeah.
I see. All right. My 3 are freeze vision. Obviously, the power to emit beams of freezing energy from my eyes. Regenerative healing factor, like Wolverine, right? Rapidly heal.
That's a cool one.
You already want that. You say all the time that you hope science does that.
I really do. Or smoke generation, the power to produce smoke. I'm already producing smoke, homie. Check me out.
You just start vaping.
right in the middle of a street in Rocky River.
Yep.
Obviously, I'd want the healing, regenerative healing, rapidly heal, because then I'd start doing stuff that might get me hurt.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yup.
If you'd be riskier. 'cause
Hells
you know,
yes.
If I break a leg, it'll be healed in 10 minutes.
Yup. You got it. I'd start skateboarding at 53. Hells yeah.
Mary would be so mad at you.
Watch me grind these rails, baby. She would. She'd hate it.
I would hate that.
Yup. But I got that advanced healing. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, okay. So anyway, this guy on TikTok from the future says one animal that's going to be created is going to be smarter than humans. Oh, here's a good one, and then I'll move on. This superpower generator. Anatomical liberation. Ooh. The power to split one's body apart and control the pieces.
Literally, women are asking for this in this election. We are asking for anatomical liberation.
I'd like to control all the pieces of my body.
That's all I want.
Yep.
I don't want to have to take my uterus out before I can tell you what to do with it.
It shouldn't even be a fake superpower on a website.
No.
Take that, Bernie Moreno. So if you follow this TikTok guy, he's out there trying to get everybody hip to all these things that are going to happen before the end of 2024. The meteor shower and the
superpowers.
The tsunami. There's going to be a huge earthquake that hits the San Andreas Fault right before Thanksgiving and destroys a lot of cities. A few days before Christmas, an ancient artifact called Pandora's Box will be found in the Egyptian desert, and it will release many mythical creatures and storms. So yeah, this guy's on there. He's on the level. Big year, and it's, it's almost done. On October 23rd, a rare energy released by the sun will allow people to see how they die. This will happen every day for 3 months.
Every day for 3 months
Yeah.
to see how you die?
Yep.
Cool. I'd kill myself just having to go through that.
Yeah. So anyway, this guy there on TikTok. But I do love the people who purport to be time travelers, because it would be so easy to convince people. You go, oh, here's what's so next week, this is going to happen at 4 p.m. And then it happens, but oh my God. He was right. And from TikTok, no less. Who'd have thunk it? I got food for you after the break from the original steak and hoagie. How about that? Yum. Feeling peckish? Original Steaks and Hoagies. Steaksandhoagies.com. Got a tailgate party pack for you. Fresh cut fries, 4 delicious, authentic, big cheesesteaks and hoagies. Yummy. So I'll hand that off coming back. 35192. Text me for anything there, and we'll be back after these.
The biggest headliners in live music shared the stage this past weekend at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
I'm going to get yourself some food. Let's do it. I got food here for you from the Original Steak and Hoagie. All right? Tailgate Party Pack. Fresh cut fries for delicious cheesesteaks and hoagies. Real shaved ribeye from Philly to the land. Only at the Original Steaks and Hoagies. Steaksandhoagies.com. Simply enough. To find the location closest to you, put an order in online. Strike out here, you can still do it yourself. Caller 10. This is for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Alice in Chains, you know, you never used to see these guys, and now they're on the road all the time. Just came through, played Jacobs Pavilion. And I guess that was just Jerry Cantrell, though, opening for Gavin Rossdale and Bush. But they'll be part of Sonic Temple. Opening the second night of the Metallica double headline night. They got Rob Zombie opening for them the first night. But all next week, I will have tickets for you to see them and everybody else. It's going to be on Sonic Temple. They're just kind of breadcrumbing some of the names, but Metallica going to be a 2-night headliner. They got Alice Cooper, they got Killswitch Engage, and 100+ more bands. So Sonic Temple, the 8th through the 11th. They're up to 4 nights now down there in Columbus in May, and I will have the 4-day weekend stadium passes for you all next week. Got Pop Evil tickets for you, too. You want to join Bill for the Oddfellows Halloween Bash and Costume Contest. That's Saturday, the 26th of next month in Medina at the Common Ground.
Disco Inferno's playing, $1,000 prize for costume contest. It'll be a lot of fun.
And DJ Pauly Moist.
Don't forget DJ Pauly Moist.
Mm-hmm.
Be a very good time.
So, yeah, all those next week. And then Mushroomhead Halloween Show, Rise Against, Factory of Terror. All good stuff.
Mr. Cook, I just had an afternoon nap. I wake up from a nightmare that you don't love me anymore. I just want to hold your hand, and I turn on the radio show and I hear your beautiful voice, and it makes me think all kind of horny thought about you. I love you so much, Mr. Cook. Oh, gay thoughts. Gay thoughts.
All kinds of horny thoughts. Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
Gay thoughts.
He's thinking all kinds of horny thoughts. I mean, listen, I won't lie to you. That's the kind of fandom that I would love from everybody who participates at all in this program. But you can't always get what you want, Mary. It doesn't always work that way. But, yeah. I hope that other dude doesn't find out about it.
You homosexual!
I hope he doesn't find that guy out. Alan, people that call themselves time travelers are all phonies.
What?
We call ourselves time pilots and time sailors. Oh, I see. This person is getting me in on the proper terminology there.
Nice to know.
Bill can shoot electricity, but each time he also hurls the most incredible racial slurs.
Hey, if it's in the name of good, that's what happens, you know?
What an interesting adjective. An incredible racial slur.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, everybody's still using the same old, same old. The butterfly effect. Yeah, I don't believe in the butterfly effect. I don't know if it's something that has been peer-reviewed and proven to some degree, but I don't buy it. It feels more like a poetic thing that people have come up with. Or they've extrapolated from the fact that a chain of decisions can lead to something else. But the people, you know, it literally takes its name from a butterfly flaps its wings halfway around the world and you get a tsunami. I don't believe that.
I think it's more the idea of it.
I think you're right.
It's scientific.
Yeah, I think you're right. Alan, what if the power is you can rapidly heal, but a small child takes your injury?
Oh.
Well, yeah, I don't know the kid. What?
You're just going to be handing out broken bones to 5-year-olds?
That's what 5-year-olds get, broken bones.
Yeah, they're actually
gonna get hurt.
better off having it because they heal better at that age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mary. Because I'm pro-kid.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that children are our future. I cannot get, I don't know if how closely you've been paying attention to this Mark Robinson story. Mark Robinson is the guy who called himself a black Nazi. This is the guy who is the current lieutenant governor of the state of North Carolina, where Mary just returned from the great state of North Carolina. And this guy has been all over the news because he, just in the normal proceedings of him running for governor, he was talking all kinds of mess. And now he's had a bunch of aides quit because somebody dug up like an old post of his, an old username where he was posting on some porn site.
Yeah.
And it was very graphic, and it was, and a bunch of his aides quit because they're like, look,
we don't want to work for a black Nazi.
Well, not only that, I mean, some of them were still hanging on. I think that maybe see the writing on the wall. This guy says he's not going anywhere. He says that he's going to stay in there. But if you get to the point where, like, Trump starts to rebuff you and you're not getting any more money from, the Republican Party, there's really not much you can do other than get out of there. But his aides were like, look, this guy said that it wasn't his post, it was somebody else's username, but that he's gotten multiple offers of tech assistance to uncover the real person. And the guy said, thanks, but no thanks. So he has repeatedly told his staff, I don't know, we're not going to do that. And so a bunch of people quit, whatever. But the thing that I can't get past is, did you read his post on the porn site?
Yeah.
It made the rounds. I can't get over Dookie Shoot.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I can't. I love Dookie Shoot. Who says that? I mean, again, this is a post from like 2011. And he was, I don't know where he was in his political career in 2011. I don't know what he was doing. He might have just been a regular guy. I don't know. But I don't know if Dookie Shoot was ever trending. I don't know if it got to that. But the screen grab from his alleged post really went wide last week. And it's super graphic. So it's nothing I can read to you verbatim. But his post
and share Dookie Shoot.
And obviously his post is, I don't know that anyone is taking this at face value because it's all fantasy. I don't know what the website he was on, but it's clearly all fantasy. So he's talking about, he had another hot morning with his wife's sister. And they watched some videos and they watched one called Hot Anal. And blah, blah, blah. But he says that he really loves her Dookie Shoot.
Wow.
CHUTE, not SHOOT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Shoots and Ladders.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that he's, there's a golden shower involved in the whole thing. And so, all these people are like, what the hell is this? And again, this isn't any kink shaming going on. It's the hypocrisy that people have a problem with, obviously. This guy, Mark Robinson, is a guy who I don't know why he calls himself a black Nazi. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. It's like these MAGA dudes it's like Mad Libs magnets on a fridge. They just throw stuff out and nobody knows what they're talking about. And so, obviously, there's a whole bunch of people asking him to step down. I think as far as today, he has said that he has no intention of doing that. I think these guys push back on that because they figure, well, Trump will have my back. But when has Trump ever had anyone's back? I don't know why these people are so steadfast in the belief that when things go sideways, Donald Trump is going to stand up for you. because he's 0 and 4,000 on that count. So I don't know. So this guy is remaining defiant. I'm more curious how he ended up becoming the lieutenant governor of a state. Because it's not like he just started saying stuff like this last week. I mean, this guy has been, the porn thing is a new thing, and and people, black Nazi is a weird thing to put it in an attack ad, things like that. But the guy came up through the usual channels. But boy, I love Dookie Shoot. It's nothing I think that I would ever use. I mean, what situation would I have
add that to your repertoire?
No,
in the bedroom.
What situation would I ever have to use that? Maybe it's Dookie Shoot time.
Did you prepare your Dookie Shoot?
So his staff, most of his staff, has resigned, and I mean, I think people on the right were keeping him around for a minute because they thought he could win, but I don't think anybody eventually, even before this, thought that this guy was going to become the governor of North Carolina. But you can't tell anymore. You just never know.
People like to vote their party, so you never know.
But it's got to be weird when you're on the campaign trail and something like this drops, and you still got to go and shake people's hands and, So I think he's pivoted to the person who posted it on this porn site was somebody who lived near him and had a similar screen name or something like that. No, this was a guy who before all this was in the news because he was talking about slavery. This is a black guy. Slavery did good things, and he thought Mein Kampf was a really good book and things like that, But he's still on the campaign trail, and he's still telling people that he'll press on. And, of course, people shout fake news when he gets them all riled up because that's the shorthand now for being a big dummy. But, you still have to have, the party people behind you. You still, if you're going to be a Republican running for anything at the federal level, you've got to have Trump in your corner. And when that's gone, it's gone. So he says that he goes, it was 15 years ago, and I want to talk about right now, which is not wrong.
I mean,
that's one way to go about it. You go, hey, that's a long time ago. It's a different guy. You could make that case. I don't know if that's a case he's going to make. That's why I think a lot of these people, you're kind of leaving, you're kind of leaving money on the table when you go the fake news route. When you could just as easily, clearly, there's a lot of people who are very forgiving on the right when it comes to their own people. So you think these guys will go, hey, that was me. It was a long time ago. Hey, how many of you don't like a good Dookie Shoot? What, am I alone in this? You find common ground with people. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Alan.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that phrase Dookie Shoot, there's an old R&B song, I think late 70s, early 80s. It's called Dookie Shoot. And until just now, I never realized what it could have been about.
Yeah.
If you can pull it up and see, it's an R&B song, but it's called Dookie Shoot.
An old R&B song, Rubbin' and Butt. Wow, all right.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll take a look for it.
I'm going to have to pull over and pull it up to see if it makes any sense.
All right, thank you for the tip, Mike.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
There you go.
The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy.
Dookie Shoot. Man, all right. Boy, I wait. Lordy, I hope there are tapes. I really hope there's a song called Dookie Shoot that I can find on here.
I have not found a Dookie Shoot.
Maybe they just say that
they
in
might
the
say
song.
it in the song.
I see. Oh, man. Not Dookie by Green Day.
Yeah. Great album.
Yeah. Dookie Shoot. No, I don't see it there. And you Google it and Mark Robinson's going to come up. Early 1970s military terminology. Dookie Shoot. That's from Urban Dictionary. I mean, obviously everybody knows what it means.
I don't.
I think the origins
Yeah.
of it. I think the origins of it are. Well, no. If you saw it written out, hearing it, it might not necessarily spring to mind, but seeing it written out, you go, "Oh, I know what that is."
I found.
We've heard poop shoot before. I mean, it's just adding a syllable.
Dookie Shoot by the Dogs, but it's SHOOT. Hip hop and rap.
Well, that doesn't even sound. Yeah, he says old R&B. That doesn't even sound like a song that I can.
That's the only song I've found with that name.
There's Frank Zappa's Broken Hearts Are for A-Holes, but that's probably not the one he's talking about. Dookie Shoot. The Dogs, Canine Bass is the one you're looking at. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the submission, but I don't know where that is.
Yeah, you're talking about Slim Jims. I always had an idea to make
When were we talking about Slim Jims?
Last
today.
week sometime.
I would know about
Maybe
Slim Jim
yesterday.
Talk. Wasn't today.
Oh, because we were talking about Dayton yesterday, and it's the Slim Jim City.
The vampires and Slim
Yeah.
Jims, and Vampire Coven in Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, you're talking about Slim Jims. I always had an idea to make like a specialty James Select sausage from Slim Jim. Comes out around the holidays. Instead of a Slim Jim, it's a full-size smoked sausage called the James. And that's my idea.
The James. Well, there's my idea, and now it belongs to all of us. The James. Was it Ric Flair who did the Slim Jim commercials?
No, it was Macho Man Randy Savage.
Randy Savage.
Oh, yeah. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Step into a Slim Jim.
No,
I remember
step
that.
into-
I'm sorry?
Snap.
They make
All right.
all sizes of Slim Jims.
Do they?
Yeah, they have like deli style. They have monster size. They have
What
all kinds of different
constitutes?
sizes.
Oh, so somebody's already taken his idea then.
Yeah,
They're just
they
not
have-
calling it the James.
No, I mean it's not like I haven't seen one as big as an actual like smoked sausage, but they have a pretty hefty girth to some of those Slim Jims.
Hefty girth. All right.
The not so Slim Jims. The girthy Jims.
the thick Jims. Alan, if my wife ever called her butt the Dookie Shoot, I'd never put my face down there again.
George Duke is what I'm being told. It's George Duke, the Dookie Shoot.
George Duke. They spell it D-O-O. Wait. Dookie Stick.
Maybe.
The Dookie Stick. Because his name is Duke, so
Yeah.
it's D-U-K-E-Y.
Dookie Stick. I
Dookie
guess.
Stick.
Okay.
I don't know what it's about.
Well, let's look at the lyrics here. Yes, they play
Down
it.
at the bridge
Bad words.
is on this side of the border.
Give me some of that.
Won't y'all come on over here with us? You wanna walk the water? And if you ever should see a skunk shake his rump, tell him to come on over here for some snake funk in the dump, baby. Now we got this stick that will set you free. Oh, you.
What is happening?
Let's make some funk.
Let's make some funk.
Yeah, George Duke. All right.
All right. The Dookie Stick.
American keyboardist, composer. Oh, he died in 2013. George Duke. All right. Oh, he collaborated with Frank Zappa. That sounds about right. He won a lot of Grammys for contemporary jazz. All right. Well, I guess this was prior to all
Got to
that.
do is take a closer walk with me. And we got this thing that's full of magic tricks. So come feel, if you will, the magic of the Dookie Stick.
I mean, this is a 6-minute song, so he really goes on and on about the Dookie Stick, I guess. All right. Well, it doesn't sound like it's got anything to do with
the
booty.
Dookie Shoot. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, who knows what's going to happen there, but he remains defiant this afternoon, and he will not back down.
Dookie Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, guys. I got superpowers for all you guys.
Oh, it's Intense Randy. He hasn't checked in a minute.
Hi, guys. I got superpowers for all you guys. Mary's would be to convince everybody that she's right when she's arguing her nonsense. Alan, yours would be to get your sponsors to actually come to the east side for some of your events. And Bill's would be the electric eyes, but every time he does that, he shoots out horrible, horrible explosive diarrhea. Goodbye, Intense Randy.
Why does it have to be explosive diarrhea? Electric eyes,
Yeah, that's
but
not
explosive
electric anymore.
Right. That's nobody wants. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate the input there. Intense Randy talking out of his dookie shoot there on the iHeartRadio app. I got to take a break. 35192 if you want to send a text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to Say Santa 2.0, May 25th at Blossom. Say Santa 2.0 features Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle, all on stage at the same time celebrating Maynard James Keenan's 61st birthday. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
You want an easy way to feed your friends? You get a Jersey Mike's catering box. You want an exciting radio idea? You get me. Like this. There's a Jersey Mike's catering box off the coast of Corsica that needs rescuing. Me and a team of mercenaries go in, barrel rolling past the sleeping guard, and we find the catering box in a secret bunker. I say, men, let's get these 12 subs home. But they're already eating them. That's the problem with mercenaries. You can't trust them. The Jersey Mike's catering box, a sub above.
Don't miss a minute of football on Sunday. Fox Sports Radio has you covered with Red Zone Radio on the
1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I got to figure out how to get these two outside of the 5 boroughs because they're doing a handful of shows. I mean, they're doing like Connecticut. They're like outside the 5 boroughs, but I got to find a way to get the Dream Eaters to come and do a show here. I got to figure that out. Have them do this live on the program. Maybe in the Duncan Lounge, right?
That'd be yeah.
Alan Cox Show presents the Dream Eaters.
Yeah, do it.
Nothing would make me happier. Hey, your Cleveland Guardians are playing tonight. It is the first of the last 5 games of the regular season. First of 2 tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. Their football team stinks. Baseball team is better. 6:40 tonight at Progressive Field. And then tomorrow night. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Guardians will host the Astros of Houston, Texas. And then we'll get into the postseason there. Guardians can clinch home field advantage if they beat the Reds tonight or if the Houston Astros lose in their game against the Seattle Mariners. So there's a lot that can happen and a lot that will happen. Thursday night is the last Oakland A's game in Oakland. And there's a local sports anchor who took the opportunity to kind of go off on John Fisher, who is the owner of the Oakland A's. This is the guy who, another one of these rich dudes that basically fell into his family's wealth. I think his father was one of the guys that founded the Gap. And so John Fisher is a rich kid. And the A's leaving Oakland, but not going directly to Vegas. They're going to play in Sacramento for 3 seasons. They're going to be playing in a minor league ballpark in Sacramento because Vegas isn't ready for them. So this upcoming series against the Texas Rangers will be the very last A's games played there in Oakland, and of course they're all sold out. But Channel 7 anchor Larry Bile wanted the owners to know just what he thought.
So, you heard Fisher's statement. Let me tell you what reality is, okay? John, you tried 5 different, extremely flawed stadium proposals. You never got even close to a shovel in the ground. Yes, Oakland politics is often a mess. I will give you that. But, John, you surround yourself with incompetent yes men, and because you were born into a billionaire family, apparently never learned you have to spend money to make money. See Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors, your buddy, who still wants to buy the team. John, you're a serial penny pincher. You've destroyed your family's great name and legacy because of your cheapness. As for the statement about loyal A's fans, quote, I wish I could speak to each and every one of you individually, end quote. Seriously? John, we've been trying to interview you for years, but you always choose to remain invisible unless you're begging politicians for public funding. And then you're out in front in Las Vegas. Anybody that says there's no fan base or there's no money in Oakland, that's total nonsense. I can go call 3 billionaires right now that would buy the team, okay?
Why didn't he call those billionaires a couple of years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, billionaires. Hi, it's Larry Bile over at ABC 7. Would you like to buy the Oakland Athletics? So, yeah, John Fisher put out this big statement. That's what precipitated this rant by this guy. And he said that, hey, listen, we were always trying to keep the team in the Bay Area, blah, blah, blah. Oakland A's started as a team in Philly, I believe, and they played somewhere else before they ended up out in California, but they've been in Oakland for 100 and something. They've been in Oakland for over 100 years. They won the World Series 4 times. They won 6 pennants and 17 division titles. And, I mean, who were the greatest Oakland A's of all time? Ricky Henderson?
Yep. Ricky Henderson. You had Mark McGwire there. You had, what's his face? Jose Canseco.
There you go. Raleigh Fingers played for the A's, right? I think I had a Raleigh Fingers A's card. And, yeah, so they're going away. Of course, immortalized
Zombie
in...
Brothers played there.
Yep, the movie Moneyball.
Yeah.
Billy Bean. So they are getting ready to leave. And it's not like people in Sacramento are going to care, really. So they're leaving Oakland. And if there's any justice, Oakland will get another baseball team. But we'll see what happens there. Alan, you were talking about that Mark Robinson guy. Did you see the other dude? Did you see the other dude on the gay porn site? I heard about that. No, I didn't. No, I didn't see him on the porn site. If that's what you're asking, there was a dude who I had never heard of before, but now his name is all over the place because, again, he's one of these dudes where it's all projection. It's these guys who are like, I'm concerned about kids and groomers and blah, blah, blah. An anti-gay activist. Always fun words to have attached to your CV. Anti-gay activist. A guy named Corey DeAngelis, who, if you go to any of his pages now, like LinkedIn or Fox News, all scrubbed. This is a guy that was an advocate for some right-wing organization called the American Federation for Children. And they determined that some time ago, he had been a gay porn actor under a different name. He performed under the name Seth Rose in gay porn videos. Where there's nothing wrong with that in and of itself. But then you can't be this guy who's like out there going, this is terrible and gay people are ruining everything and kids need this. And now, I don't know. This is where Pound Cake would really come in handy because I don't know a lot of the terminology. On this website, he described himself...
Dookie shoot.
Spelled S-H-O-O-T, probably. He's described as a hot otter, H-O-T-T-E-R, a hot otter. And he was the star of a masturbation contest video. He won! He's like Costanza.
An otter is a slender, hairy member of the bear community.
All right. Well, there you go. Then he's a
passive personality.
Yeah, he's a hot otter. I mean, he's kind of got this like smooth, dumb Jared Kushner looking face. That's what he looks like. And so they dug this up. And again, this is all opposition research, right? They're just digging up all this stuff on all these people and they should, because, I mean, these are people who are trying to hide these things, and it's hypocritical of them to advocate for what they're advocating for, trying to distract people from what they're really dealing with. So he was in a video called Jerk Off Race to see who could finish the fastest, and he won. I mean, that's fun. He won. If you're competitive at all, irrespective of what you're competing in, you want to come out on top.
You want the best, yeah.
As it were, yeah. He wrote a book last year called The Parent Revolution, Rescuing Your Kids from the Radicals Ruining Our Schools. Yawn. A book endorsed by, say it with me, Donald Trump. So, yeah. This guy is all over Fox News. Young guy. He's probably, I don't know how old he is, but I mean, he looks like maybe mid-30s. But vehemently anti-LGBTQ, right? That's what's ruining children. It's left-wing propaganda, blah, blah, blah. And he was a gay porn actor. And so he's basically been scrubbed from the website of the organization that he worked for, and I doubt they're going to have him on Fox News. Now, I think the good news in this, the silver lining is you start living your life again, and you go back to what you know, and you put Corey DeAngelis to bed, and you resurrect Seth Rose, and you go back into the gay porn community. And because you've got a story to tell. I was not living my real life. I was not living my truth, and now I am. It is wild to see. They used to call them log cabin Republicans. I don't know what they call them anymore. Maybe they still do, but gay Republicans. Except that's kind of when that party was more center. Now it's so crazy that it's wild to see gay Republicans who are still trying to fit into the party and other people just slagging them. It's like, I don't know what you guys thought was ever going to come from this, but you see a lot of that now. Because it used to be, hey, we want our party to be a big tent and there's room for everyone, that whole thing. It ain't like that anymore. But there are still a lot of gay Republicans who are trying to fly the flag, and they are just getting put down, boy. So maybe the silver lining in this situation is that he will get back to living his best life. And he won't have to fake all this nonsense anymore. Catfish Hunter played for the A's. Remember Catfish Hunter?
No.
Now, the reason that name was so great is because the guy never once went fishing.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
He just hunted them.
Well, yes. They played in Kansas City before they moved to Oakland. Thank you. Devotion to accuracy. I thought they went from Philly to Oakland. Kansas City. They've been in Oakland since 1968. All right. Well, there is that. They're also trying to get people, if you ever buy animals or go to Petco, and I don't understand the distinction here. There's something called rabbit dump season. I guess this is well known in the pet community, that kids would want rabbits as pets. Rabbits are the third most popular pet behind dogs and cats. But there's been a big PETA push to get Petco to stop selling them and instead have people adopt them, because people don't realize how much work it is to take care of a rabbit.
Dude, they stink.
That's the least of your problems. They do stink.
They do stink.
They do stink.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember in college, a good friend of mine, she had a rabbit. She had Murray the rabbit. It was a big old thing, and it was more of an affectation than anything else, but I think it was kind of an early iteration maybe of a emotional support animal, but she was carrying Murray in her bag all the time and blah, blah, blah. But I don't understand the difference between selling them and having people adopt them. They're calling out Petco saying that, they said they were going to stop selling them and they've betrayed everybody and blah, blah, blah. And the rabbit dump season is when people go, oh, this is a lot of work. And then they just, take the rabbit for a drive and let it into the woods or whatever. And so then it either becomes roadkill or something else gets it. I don't understand the difference between buying an animal and adopting the animal. They're like, oh, we're going to
Maybe there's more paperwork involved?
I guess, but how's that going to stop? If you want one, you're just going to stand there filling out paperwork. We want to encourage responsible rabbit adoptions rather than sales. I don't get what the difference is.
It's got to be something with I honestly have.
I don't know either.
I can't come up with anything.
I know you're still taking ownership of an animal and taking it home. I don't know.
Are you taking it home, or are you just paying for it to be taken care of by somebody else?
Well, maybe it's not like a resale thing. Like once you adopt an animal, you can't resell it. or return it? Can you return if you bought it? If you're just buying it like a bag of cat food, can you return it?
Hey, can I? This is like I have a rabbit in this bag of cat food. Can I return this?
Because I don't think once you adopt a pet, I don't think you can return it to where you adopted it from. I have no idea. I've never.
Okay,
My
so
cat
let me.
costs $35.
Yeah, I'm going to their thing here. Dogs near you. I don't see rabbits. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe rather than buying it, you have to go through like this says
a process.
Interview, meet the pet. Yeah.
It's a little bit more. There's a little bit more of a screening.
More
for it, maybe.
laborious. Yeah. Rather than just grabbing it out of a tank and saying, "I want this."
Okay, so this is from the Humane Society. Just like dogs in puppy mills, rabbits are often kept in deplorable conditions when they're bred for pet stores to sell.
Okay.
So instead of buying a bunny, why not adopt?
Oh, adopt it before it goes to the pet store.
Yes, from like an animal shelter or a rescue or something like that.
Right. Well, that makes sense, but the article is about how Petco is going to be doing adoptions. And I'm like, well, okay. So they're saying, hey, try to get it earlier in the process. Adopt, don't shop. For rabbits. Hey, Joe.
Yes. Hey, Alan, did you know that you were talking about PETA? Did you see that PETA is now sponsored or endorsed Donald Trump? It stands for People Eating Tasty Animals.
All right, well done, Joe. There you go. Joe. Listen. Nothing wrong with an old street joke. People eating tasty animals. Hey, if God hadn't wanted us to eat animals, he wouldn't have made them out of meat. The APL. Yeah, I've heard of adopt, not shop. I'm like, but when it comes to the store itself, I get going to a place to adopt an animal. You go to the APL or something like that. But when Petco says, okay, we're not going to sell them, we're going to adopt, that's what I understand. When you're at the retail level, what is the difference? Because that was the whole point of the article. PETA was really coming down on Petco, and they finally said, okay, well, so at that stage, I get going to a breeder and doing it before it gets into never heard of a bunny mill.
I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, out here, isn't that what isn't the Dick Goddard law something along those lines? Didn't they have some legislation with his name on it that has to do with pet adoptions?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I thought that's what it was.
Maybe I just don't.
Because he was so closely associated with animals. Or woolly bears, or whatever the hell that. I don't know what a woolly bear is.
It's like a little caterpillar.
Yeah.
It's a caterpillar?
Yeah.
He wanted people to adopt caterpillars?
No, he would do the Woolly Bear Festival. It was a little thing that he was a part of, but he had
a caterpillar festival?
He was
I don't know if it's actually a caterpillar, but
about pet adoption and taking care of pets.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing to be for.
Yeah, woolly bear's caterpillar.
Mm-hmm. All right.
They're cute, though.
No, listen, I get it. I didn't know that that's what everybody was referring to. I thought it was a giant beast, Mary, that was indigenous to Northeast Ohio.
Nope, just a little caterpillar.
And he
black and orange caterpillar.
He was trying to get people to not shoot them on sight. All right. I got to take a break. You want the last word in? Shoot me a text. Are you gone, Mary?
No, I'll be here.
Oh.
I'll stick around today.
35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.